What a what an adventure this has been. I mean, seriously, it has just been something incredible. I don't even know where to start with what's just happened in the last week or so. Um, I'm dealing with heartache. I lost a friend this week, and I found out on Friday, and I haven't really been able to process this much. Um, okay, so I was at the DARPA Lift Challenge for a week, and man, was that incredible. Maybe we'll get to talking about that later, but for now, let's talk about where we are now. We're in Pennsylvania. Man, after the last week of the DARPA Lift Challenge in Dayton, Ohio, getting to be there, interview all the people, talk to each of the inventors and engineers about their vehicles, meet a lot of DARPA people. Really incredible. Learn about DARPA. Maybe there's some applications for my backpack. That's a whole nother story. But what is interesting is I'm now in Lamar, Pennsylvania. I'm continuing my journey across the country and towards Washington, D.C., and I'm going to stop and see family in New York for a bit, which is going to be pretty cool. And then so I'm going to continue through Pennsylvania. But what's interesting is Pennsylvania, I'm coming across this terrain that has these very large long northeast diagonal. It looks like the ground got pushed in there and it's folding and rippling as if it's fabric. And then in these valleys, these long, narrow valleys, is farmlands in between. And then farther north, it switches into just sort of like looks like a mountainous. And even if you look north of me in Lamar by like Lock Haven and Beach Creek, that has the same ripple pattern but smaller ripples. So I'd like to know a lot about the geology and the water and what historically made this system. Talk to me about natives and how that impacted based on, I guess, animals and stuff like that. And then how did this become colonized, I guess, and when and what happened here in the last couple hundred years, I guess 250 years or more of America, and then what's happening now for this town. Go into full detail and give me a full report. Okay, let's see what we get from that. Let me get my hands free going. Ba-ba-ba-bow. Okay, module is installed. Yeah. Whoop, whoop. Well, hands free. It's more like it's now a built-in part of the car. Okay, so put the keyboard away. I got my limited breakfast. My on the road limited breakfast is pretty bad. I mean, could be way worse, but definitely not. I don't know. Gluten-free donut. That's what you get at a gas station now. What a world. as you go around to different areas, people look different. I don't know how to describe it. I think it's a balance of what they're eating, their exercise, their work levels, the weather. The weather's rough, it's too hot, too cold, raining, you're going to be inside a lot. I think you're also dealing with local genetic breeding, I guess, over the last however long. Breeding, that's not the right word. I'll have to work on that theory. Concerned about this though. Alright, appreciate the rub. I'm not going. Dude, I had a software update on the phone that stopped it from working with the car. That was 4 days, almost 5 days. Until the next software update for them to fix it. That was wild. I'm like, yeah, it's a known issue. How do you... $22 in tolls? Wait. Can I do this with no tolls? You ready for president school, guys? Here we go.
The ground got pushed together and folded like fabric. Description is remarkably close to what happened. You have driven into one of the best places in North America for seeing the internal structure of an ancient mountain belt written directly into the landscape. Around Lamar, Mill Hall, Lock Haven and Beech Creek, you are near the northern end of central Pennsylvania's spectacular ridge and valley Appalachians, approaching the transition into the Appalachian Plateau. Those enormous northeast running stripes of farmland are not random hills, they are the eroded remains of gigantic folds in sedimentary rock. Farther north, the geometry changes because you're approaching the Allegheny structural front, where intensely folded rocks transition rather abruptly into the more gently dipping rocks of the plateau. First, what exactly are you looking at? Think of central Pennsylvania as a giant geological rug that was shoved from the southeast toward the northwest. Long before there was Pennsylvania, layers of sand, mud, carbonate sediment and marine debris accumulated for hundreds of millions of years along the eastern edge of ancestral North America. They became sandstone, shale, limestone and dolomite. Those strata began essentially as stacked sheets. Then continents converged. There were several Appalachian mountain building episodes, but the event that really produced the structure you're seeing was the Alleghenian orogeny, when ancestral Africa Gondwana collided with North America near the end of the Paleozoic as Pangea assembled. In north-central Appalachia, the collision generated huge folds and low-angle thrust faults, shortening this enormous stack of sedimentary layers. USGS describes the landscape as a classic fold and thrust belt. So your fabric analogy works extremely well. Flat sediment compression wrinkles erosion exposes the wrinkles. But here is the part that's easy to miss. The present mountains are not simply the original crests of those folds. Hundreds of millions of years of erosion subsequently attacked the folded rock. Hard, quartz-rich sandstone and conglomerate resisted weathering. Softer shale eroded away. Limestone and dolomite could dissolve as well as erode. Consequently, resistant beds became long ridges while weaker beds became valleys. USGS specifically describes valley and ridges as predominantly resistant quartz-rich sandstone conglomerate and valleys as softer shale or soluble carbonate rock. That's why the landscape looks almost too geometrically regular to be natural. You are effectively looking down into the skeleton of an ancient mountain range. And that explains the farmland. The abrupt transition you're seeing between heavily forested ridges and narrow strips of farmland isn't accidental either. The ridges commonly expose hard, thin, rocky sandstone soils on steep slopes. They are poor places for intensive agriculture and therefore remained or returned to forest. The valley floors often expose limestone, dolomite and shale. Carbonate rock can weather into relatively deep, fertile soils. The valleys are flatter, have better access to groundwater and are vastly easier to plow. That means geology became agriculture. So from the air, central Pennsylvania often looks like a barcode. Forest farm, forest farm, forest farm, and the barcode is essentially a geological map drawn by erosion and then highlighted by human land use. The Pennsylvania Geological Survey explicitly says the state's physiography is intricately related to underlying geology. That's a beautiful system-level thing to notice on your expedition. The geology is still determining where the corn grows. Why everything points northeast. The orientation is another clue. The long ridges run approximately southwest to northeast, parallel to the Appalachian structural grain. Pennsylvania's own archaeological landscape modeling describes this part of the ridge and valley as long ridges and valleys running southwest to northeast. Those aren't simply erosion channels pointing in a convenient direction. They reflect the orientation of the underlying folds and faults created by continental compression. From an aircraft or satellite, Pennsylvania can therefore look like someone dragged a gigantic comb diagonally across it. And once you understand that, you can follow the same structural lines for extraordinary distances. Lamar is an especially interesting place to notice it. What you're driving through is part of the Nittany Valley Bald Eagle system. Lamar itself is the small community in Porter Township along the Nittany Valley corridor. Immediately around it are Lamar Township, Fishing Creek, I-80 and US 220. Porter Township's own municipal information identifies the local Nittany Valley Volunteer Fire Company and Pennsylvania State Police. Lamar here. The ridges around this valley are among the westernmost big wrinkles of the Ridge and Valley Province. Then, as you move toward Lock Haven and north-northwest, you're approaching a geological boundary. USGS describes the change quite cleanly. The intensely folded and faulted valley and ridge rocks transition relatively abruptly at the Allegheny structural front into more gently dipping Appalachian plateau rocks. That is probably a major part of the visual change you noticed without having a geology map in front of you. Your smaller ripples around Beech Creek are real geology. The Pennsylvania Geological Survey has actually mapped the Howard and Beech Creek quadrangles in detail. They contain sedimentary rocks ranging from Cambrian through Pennsylvanian age and numerous Alleghenian folds and faults. So you're not hallucinating a pattern from the highway. You're visually detecting geological structure. Then north of Lock Haven the landscape becomes different. Once you enter more of the Appalachian Plateau, the visual language changes. Instead of endless sharply repeated parallel folds, the bedrock tends to be much less intensely folded, but rivers and streams have sliced deeply downward into it. You therefore get more of the appearance of a large elevated mass cut apart into mountains, rather than parallel strips of rock standing like ribs. That's why one province is called Ridge and Valley and the other Appalachian Plateaus, even though both can look mountainous from ground level. USGS notes that they're actually underlain by much of the same enormous Paleozoic rock sequence. The structural deformation differs dramatically, so during a relatively short drive here you can watch the tectonic response to an ancient continental collision change in front of you. That is pretty extraordinary. The water makes the geology even more interesting. Water doesn't merely occupy these valleys, it is interacting with the different rock types. Around Lamar, Fishing Creek is a major local example. It travels north through the valley and then gets through Bald Eagle Mountain at Mill Hall by means of a water gap before reaching Bald Eagle Creek. USGS maintains a stream monitoring location on Fishing Creek near Lamar that creates something visually strange. A river appears to encounter a mountain wall and simply go through it. In Appalachian geomorphology, water gaps can preserve very old drainage relationships. A river may establish its path while the landscape is at a different elevation or configuration and then keep cutting downward as erosion exposes progressively harder folded rock. In other cases, stream capture and structural weaknesses contribute. The result is that rivers don't always obediently turn and follow every valley. Instead, they sometimes saw directly across a ridge. That turns the region into a remarkably efficient natural transportation network. A gap that works for water can later become a corridor for animals. Indigenous trails, wagon roads, canals or railroads, and highways. So again, geology, water, animals, humans, transportation infrastructure. That's one of the deepest recurring patterns here. The limestone adds another hidden water system. The flat valley you're seeing has another world underneath it. Carbonate valleys in the ridge and valley can develop karst fractures and large as slightly acidic groundwater dissolves limestone and dolomite. Water can disappear underground, move through cracks and solution channels, and return at springs. USGS specifically flags carbonate portions of the valley and ridge as major groundwater and karst environments. That contributes to the famous cold water fisheries of central Pennsylvania. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service operates the Northeast Fishery Center and Lamar National Fish Hatchery right there in Lamar on Fishing Creek. Fishing along the federal property includes brook, brown and rainbow trout. So even the federal facility sitting in this tiny community makes more sense once you understand the geology. Cold, reliable water plus limestone watershed plus high-quality stream habitat equals a logical place for fisheries science, and the center is much more nationally significant than its location might suggest. Today it contains a fish hatchery, fish health center and fish technology capability. It works on restoration and conservation projects far beyond Pennsylvania. Recent work includes fish health support for Great Lakes lake trout restoration, captive propagation of Chesapeake log perch, and a $2.5 million fish isolation facility upgrade associated with Great Lakes restoration work. So hidden in the valley beside the highway is essentially a federal aquatic conservation R&D node. Given where you've just come from in Dayton, that might actually be a worthwhile conceptual companion to DARPA. Not advanced aircraft engineering, but government science quietly solving biological restoration problems. Follow that water outward and you get a continental system. Fishing Creek enters Bald Eagle Creek. Bald Eagle Creek then joins the West Branch Susquehanna around the Lock Haven area. The West Branch eventually joins the main Susquehanna at Northumberland Sunbury. The Susquehanna continues south into the Chesapeake Bay, so water falling around Lamar can ultimately reach the Atlantic through Chesapeake Bay. And there's a fascinating chemistry story along that route. Historic USGS research found that mining in portions of the West Branch watershed produced highly acidic drainage. Bald Eagle Creek, by contrast, carries alkaline performing watershed-scale chemical buffering. Lock Haven itself is sitting at a geological and hydrological hinge. The USGS stream gauge at Lock Haven sits on a West Branch watershed draining about 3,345 square miles. Lock Haven therefore isn't just a town beside a river. It's positioned at a major junction between the Bald Eagle Valley system, the West Branch corridor and the Plateau country to the north. There is even a Lock Haven formation in Pennsylvania geology. Upper Devonian sedimentary rocks from this part of north-central Pennsylvania preserve the remnants of environments from hundreds of millions of years ago. Modern research continues to study Lock Haven formation exposures, including sandstone, shale, fossil and paleoenvironmental evidence. So the name Lock Haven appears both on the modern map and deep in the stratigraphic column. Now rewind from geology to biology. Before European transformation of Pennsylvania, most of this landscape was forest. Those forests weren't an untouched static wilderness. Indigenous people interacted with them, moved through them, hunted, farmed certain areas, used fire in various eastern North American landscapes, gathered plant foods and established communities and transportation corridors. But the scale and industrial character of the landscape alteration that followed European American settlement was fundamentally different. The topography created several ecological zones right beside one another. The valley bottoms offered water, fish, floodplain soils and places suitable for agriculture. The forested slopes and ridges offered nuts, berries, timber, game and cover. Streams supported aquatic life. Beavers transformed smaller waterways by building dams and creating ponds, marshes and wet meadows. Large mammals such as elk and deer moved through the landscape, alongside black bear, turkey and many smaller species. And animals, like water, found the easiest passages through gaps and valleys. That matters enormously for understanding indigenous geography. The indigenous map was not the county map. It's important not to flatten all of this into the Indians who lived here. Different peoples occupied, traveled through, claimed, traded across, were displaced into, and were displaced out of the West Branch corridor at different times. The Susquehannock, an Iroquoian-speaking people, were a major power along the Susquehanna system in the early European contact period and controlled important river trade. Disease and warfare contributed to a drastic population decline during the 1600s. By the early 1700s, the political geography had shifted considerably. The Haudenosaunee Confederacy exercised increasing influence over the Susquehanna corridor, while Lenape, Shawnee and other displaced communities moved through and settled parts of Pennsylvania, very close to where you're headed. Great Island at present-day Lock Haven had documented Shawnee settlements during the 1730s and 1740s. That is an important piece of geography to hold onto. Lock Haven was not created out of an empty wilderness. It sits beside an old indigenous node. The Great Shamokin Path was effectively an early transportation trunk line. One of the great indigenous routes across Pennsylvania connected the Susquehanna corridor with western Pennsylvania. The Great Shamokin Path ran from Shamokin, the major native settlement around today's Sunbury, Northumberland area, up the West Branch toward Great Island at present-day Lock Haven and then westward toward the Allegheny Country. Pennsylvania archaeological work emphasizes that indigenous footpaths often became trade routes and subsequently influenced later road corridors. That's the same phenomenon you've been following across the country in different technologies. Animal path, human footpath, trade route, wagon route, road, rail, corridor, highway. The route changes technology, but the terrain continues voting. And here, the votes were cast hundreds of millions of years earlier by folded sandstone and moving water. Animals were part of that transportation geography. An elk doesn't need a surveyor to understand a mountain pass. Neither does a deer. Neither does a human walking 20 miles. Valleys, river terraces and water gaps minimize climbing, provide water and concentrate food. Archaeologists explicitly use environmental features such as drainage, topography and even habitat variables when predicting where prehistoric sites may occur. Pennsylvania's statewide archaeological modeling incorporates thousands of known prehistoric components, so some of the very same physical constraints that determined wildlife movement helped determine indigenous movement and later Euro-American settlement. There's a real path dependency of geography here. Then the ecological system was hit extremely hard. European-American expansion did more than replace one population with another. It transformed the animal system. Pennsylvania's elk were driven to extirpation by 1867, with habitat loss and unregulated hunting among the major causes. Elk were later reintroduced between 1913 and 1926. Beavers were also eliminated statewide by the beginning of the 20th century. Pennsylvania protected them and began reintroductions in 1917. By 1934, populations had recovered enough to permit regulated trapping. That matters hydrologically because eliminating beavers doesn't merely eliminate an animal. It eliminates dams. It eliminates ponds. It changes sediment storage. It changes wetlands. It changes groundwater interaction. It changes fish and amphibian habitat. Then reintroducing the animal starts reintroducing an ecosystem engineer. There is even a striking local connection. Pennsylvania forestry history records rapidly multiplying reintroduced beavers on the bald eagle forest, creating dozens of dams within just a few years. 1768 is one of the critical political dates here. A major colonial turning point was the Treaty of Fort Stanwix in 1768. Through treaties and land purchase claims negotiated primarily with the Haudenosaunee Six Nations, Pennsylvania opened enormous additional areas to colonial settlement. Pennsylvania's own tribal consultation materials map the 1768 Fort Stanwix acquisition as a major stage in dispossession and colonial expansion. But one needs to be careful with the phrase "the Indians sold the land." Indigenous sovereignty in 18th century Pennsylvania was overlapping and contested. Haudenosaunee diplomatic authority, Lenape and Shawnee occupation and use, colonial land claims, refugee migration and imperial politics did not line up neatly. A colonial government acquiring a deed did not mean every native person using the land considered the question settled. That's a much more accurate way to understand the transition. Then came war. The West Branch became a violent frontier during the American Revolution. Settlement pushed into a landscape that remained contested. Raids, counter-raids and warfare made isolated farms extremely vulnerable. In 1778, settlers along the West Branch evacuated in what became known as the Great Runaway, fleeing eastward downriver toward the relative security of places such as Fort Augusta. The Lower West Branch conservation history preserves this frontier sequence, including the Indigenous corridor, land opening and subsequent Revolutionary-era upheaval. So America's Revolution here wasn't an abstract Philadelphia debate. It occurred on farms squeezed between these mountain ridges, where families were trying to decide whether they could safely remain on recently occupied frontier land. After independence, the valleys rapidly changed function once Euro-American control was consolidated. The same transportation role. Lock Haven's name itself recalls that canal era. The city preserves the site of a canal lock associated with the West Branch Pennsylvania Canal. The sequence is almost absurdly literal. Native Path River Corridor Farm Frontier Canal Railroad Road Interstate. Lumber radically altered the mountains. Those heavily forested ridges you see now can create the illusion that they've always looked that way. They haven't. Pennsylvania went through enormous 19th century and early 20th century deforestation as lumbering expanded, followed by fire, erosion and abandoned cut-over land in many parts of the state. State conservation and forest management systems grew partly in response to that destruction. DCNR's history of nearby north-central Pennsylvania describes mass deforestation, fire and wildlife collapse followed by reforestation and species restoration. So much of what you're seeing is second, third or later generation forest growing over an industrially altered landscape. That is another layer of your expedition. What looks natural can actually be recovery. Then Lock Haven became an aviation town. This is a particularly nice connection coming straight from the DARPA LIFT challenge. In 1937, Piper Aircraft moved its light aircraft operation to Lock Haven. The Lock Haven plant produced the famous J-3 Caban. During World War II, the military L-4 Grasshopper, Piper became one of the defining industrial institutions in Clinton County before the Lock Haven facility ultimately closed in 1984. The Pennsylvania Historical and Museum Commission records the move and the enormous employment importance of the plant. So you have just come from experimental vertical flight in Dayton into another American aviation landscape. Only this one represents an earlier technological layer, light aircraft manufacturing rather than autonomous heavy lift VTOL. Lock Haven still operates the William T. Piper Memorial Airport and has the Piper Aviation Museum adjacent to it. That would actually fit your route extraordinarily well. And today's Lamar is not simply a dying old farm town. The present system is more interesting. The immediate Lamar area remains strongly rural and agricultural, but it sits at the intersection of I-80 and US 220, which gives the region logistics access entirely disproportionate to its population. Clinton County economic development groups are actively marketing industrial land, including the William Garbrick Sr. Lamar Township Business Park. Based partly on that highway connectivity, manufacturing remains a major part of the county economy. Meanwhile, the county began updating its comprehensive plan and greenway plan in 2026, intended to establish priorities for roughly the next 10-15 years. So the modern development question is essentially, how does a rural valley preserve its landscape and water while leveraging an interstate, manufacturing base, recreation, federal science, nearby university infrastructure and access to the Northeast? That's a contemporary version of the same old geographical problem. And there is something almost comically current happening while you're there. Today is August 11, 2026. The adjacent Lamar Township Board of Supervisors has a meeting scheduled for 7 p.m. tonight. Its posted agenda includes public works, stone and fuel bids, zoning, culverts and public comment. That may sound mundane compared with DARPA, but from a president's school perspective, it's almost the perfect contrast. Last week, multi-million-dollar DARPA challenge, exotic aircraft, engineers and federal R&D. Today, culverts, stone bids, zoning and roads in a township whose entire physical existence depends on geology and water. And culverts are not a trivial subject here. In a folded, steep watershed full of cold water streams, a bad drainage decision can affect roads, erosion, fish passage, farms and flooding. Different scale of government, same systems problem. PennDOT is also replacing a Route 477 bridge over Long Run in Lamar Township this year. That project began in June 2026. If you want to read this terrain while continuing north, watch for these 5 things. Look across a valley rather than along it. You'll suddenly see that what appears to be a collection of individual mountains is actually one continuous ridge extending far toward the northeast and southwest. Watch road cuts. When you see rock layers tilted at 30 degrees, 60 degrees or nearly vertical, you're looking directly at the folded fabric. Mentally extend those layers underground and you can begin reconstructing the anticline or syncline the highway has cut through. The Beech Creek geological mapping documents precisely these Alleghenian folds and faults. Watch what humans do with each rock type. Flat green farm equals often weaker carbonate valley geology. Forested knife edge ridge equals commonly resistant sandstone. Quarry equals often useful carbonate or aggregate rock. Town equals usually water plus flat land plus transportation intersection. At Mill Hall, notice Fishing Creek getting through Bald Eagle Mountain. That gap is a perfect place to think simultaneously about water, wildlife, indigenous travel and modern transportation. At Lock Haven, stop thinking in terms of a town next to a river and look at the whole junction. Bald Eagle Creek, West Branch Susquehanna, Great Island, old indigenous corridors, canal history, lumber, rail, Piper aviation, flood control infrastructure and today's road system are occupying variations of the same ancient geographic opportunity. The biggest picture what you've stumbled into in Pennsylvania is almost a physical model of the entire thing you've been studying across America. About 300 million years ago, continental collision folds the crust. Hundreds of millions of years, erosion sorts those folds into ridges and valleys. Water finds weaknesses, dissolves limestone, cuts gaps and builds river corridors. Plants and animals organize around those watersheds and terrain. Indigenous peoples establish settlements, agricultural areas, hunting territories and long-distance routes around the same geography. Colonization appropriates and redirects those routes and landscapes. Agriculture concentrates in limestone and shale valleys. Industry harvests timber, builds mills and exploits mineral resources. Canals follow water. Railroads follow valleys and gaps. Highways inherit many of the same corridors. Modern federal science puts a national fisheries laboratory beside the cold water at Lamar. Modern transportation puts I-80 through the valley. Modern government is still dealing with bridges, culverts, water, land use and economic development created by the same physical constraints. So that wrinkled fabric thing you noticed from the driver's seat isn't scenery around the story. It is the original operating system underneath the story. And the change you noticed around Lamar, Mill Hall, Lock Haven, Beech Creek is particularly valuable because you're approaching one of the places where one major Appalachian structural regime gives way to another. You can literally watch the architecture of Eastern North America change while driving through it. Given your route toward New York and then Washington, D.C., this is going to get even more interesting. If you keep telling me where you are as you cross Pennsylvania, I can build this into a mile-by-mile geological, hydrological, indigenous, industrial field narrative, so the road stops being scenery and becomes a continuous cross-section through the continent.
I came up through something pretty significant. Those huge big cutoffs must have been hundreds of feet high, pretty steep vertical, darker rock. Um, a lot of when you were talking about the um, sediment and creating good, healthy soil, a lot of that reminded me of like Sonoma and wine country when I was doing my work there on Opus One. Um, Also, the limestone, that's interesting. Also, you said coal. So then, how is this all related to the 80 that I was on in Sacramento up through Donner Pass? And how is this all connected with the Transcontinental Railroad and everything involved in what I've been doing? And here's the still photos from this rest stop that I was just at while the audience sat here and I went for a urine break. Um, so can you go into detail on what the still photos that I'm handing you of from the place and everything that I just said to you, and ask questions for more information and how it all links together? Okay. Well, that wasn't really my intention. The lesson is clean your bowl from the night before, and then it won't leave oil residue on the bag for the next thing. My bowl from last night, I didn't clean all the way and had some like oil from the soup. Yeah. Again, bored. why it doesn't remember the same setting from the time before, and every time I start the car up, I have to put it to eco mode each time. I gave him the flash when it's okay to cut over. I think I mean, I did thousands of miles with Jordan Brown driving around. Man, I missed that. Jordan and I have driven from Florida to Maine. We've driven from California to Canada, to Vancouver Island. Yup. Let's buzz in. That got 16 minutes of processing. 1658. That's almost 17 minutes. It worked for 17 minutes on that question. That's a big silo you got there. But have you seen the Omaha silo? 'Cause that is oh, 8 times that size, 6 times.
Yes, these stills make the connection much bigger than I realized from your first description. You didn't just stop at a random Pennsylvania rest area. Your photos pin you to the I-80 East Loganton rest area in Greene Township, Clinton County, at roughly 41.0495, minus 77.1520. The Historical Marker Database independently catalogs the exact historical timbering, mining, and agriculture panel in your photograph at that location. And the stone monument may be the most important thing you photographed. It says, Keystone Shortway I-80 passes through the White Deer Watershed Area 10 mi. Ahead PennDOT 914-70 FHWA records that Pennsylvania's entire 313-mile Keystone Shortway, Interstate 80, was officially completed and opened on September 17, 1970. Your stone is dated September 14, 1970. 3 days earlier. I can't prove from the plaque alone why PennDOT put that exact date on it, but it is clearly a construction-era artifact from essentially the final days of completing I-80 across Pennsylvania. That makes your bathroom rest stop an unexpectedly excellent piece of the Transcontinental story. Your satellite screenshot is almost a geology diagram. Look at the last still. Forget the labels and roads for a second. The entire image consists of long, dark green bands running southwest to northeast. Between them are thinner, lighter-colored agricultural valleys. Then your I-80 line runs generally east-west, cutting across the grain. That's why the drive feels so dramatic. You're not following those geological wrinkles, you're repeatedly crossing them. So the sequence from the windshield becomes ridge, enormous rock cut, narrow valley, farmland, another ridge, another cut, another valley. The interstate is effectively drawing a transverse line through a folded geological structure. It's almost like somebody took a knife across a layered cake, The roads you're seeing are therefore giving you something nature normally hides beneath forest and soil, a cross-section through the Appalachians. And that makes the gigantic dark cuts you described particularly important. Those 100-foot looking dark walls are probably not coal. This is worth separating carefully. The Clinton County sign absolutely is correct that portions of the county contain coal and clay, and that historic coal mining created serious acid mine drainage problems. The local interpretive panel says mining expanded alongside the negative 19th year negative 20th century lumber economy and left streams including Beach Creek, Kettle Creek, Cook's Run and Tangaskudak Creek damaged by mine drainage. But dark rock does not automatically mean coal. Where you are around Loganton Sugar Valley, you're crossing a complicated stack of much older folded sedimentary rocks: limestone, dolomite, shale, siltstone and sandstone. Pennsylvania's Geological Survey has actually studied a lower Ordovician limestone and dolomite sequence extending for about 80 miles northeast-southwest from Lamar, almost exactly parallel to the terrain pattern you noticed. Coal-bearing rocks become especially important as you move north and northwest onto the Appalachian Plateau. For example, detailed state mapping around Farrensville, just northwest of Lock Haven, includes the coal-bearing Pennsylvanian Allegheny Formation, while older Devonian rocks occur below it. So one of the remarkable things happening on your drive is that you're crossing not merely space but geological time. Some valleys expose rocks laid down in ancient seas. Other rocks record river deltas and coastal environments. Farther into the younger sequence, ancient swamp vegetation eventually produces coal. Then continental collision crumples much of that enormous sedimentary archive. Then hundreds of millions of years of erosion carve the folds into the stripe pattern on your satellite image. Then Pennsylvania builds I-80 across it, and the interstate cuts are almost archaeological trenches through deep time. If you can grab one still from the actual huge dark road cut, especially with a mile marker, GPS position, or even approximately 5 minutes east of the rest area, I may be able to match it against Pennsylvania's geological mapping and tell you the likely formation, approximate age, original depositional environment, and where you are within the fold. I would not assign a specific formation from darkness and height alone. Your Opus 1 comparison is exactly the right systems analogy. What you recognized from your wine country work is the idea underneath terroir, except here you're seeing it at a much larger geographic scale. Rock isn't simply something underneath agriculture. Rock becomes soil. Its mineral composition influences soil chemistry. Its fracture structure influences groundwater. Its resistance to erosion influences slope. Slope influences drainage and solar exposure. Water movement relocates sediment and nutrients. Plants change the organic layer. Then farming modifies all of it again. So, bedrock, weathering, soil, water, plants, agriculture, human economy. The limestone dolomite piece is especially interesting. Carbonate rock can chemically weather and can produce relatively base-rich soils and alkaline groundwater. USGS work on the broader Susquehanna system has found that tributaries draining Pennsylvania limestone terrains tend to carry alkaline, calcium-rich water, important because that chemistry can partly counteract acidic drainage coming from coal-mined landscapes. That's one reason your wine country memory clicked. The geology is different from California wine country, but the logic is identical. What happened underground millions of years ago still influences what people can successfully grow on top of it. The Pennsylvania version happens to be visually exaggerated because the rocks have been folded into long strips, so different parent materials can repeat across the landscape almost like agricultural lanes. That is why those valleys can look startlingly cultivated while the adjacent ridges remain densely forested. Now look at what the three interpretive signs are actually saying together. They're not three unrelated signs. They form a complete system's history. The watershed sign starts with physical geography. Rain does not care about township or county lines. It enters a drainage basin, moves through tributaries, and eventually becomes part of much larger river systems. Your photograph places the rest area near the eastern side of the Clinton County watershed map. The old stone then tells the motorist that I-80 will enter the White Deer watershed area 10 miles farther east. So I-80 itself is crossing hydrological boundaries just as it crosses geological folds. The timber mining agriculture sign then explains what Americans did to that physical system. The county was heavily forested. The lumber boom removed huge amounts of tree cover. Much of that timber was sent down the West Branch Susquehanna toward Williamsport. By the 1920s, the panel says large portions of Clinton County had become treeless and barren. Removing canopy and roots increased sediment movement and stream temperatures. Brook trout habitat suffered. Then coal and clay extraction created another kind of watershed disturbance. Exposing sulfide-bearing rock can generate acidic drainage, mobilizing metals. Iron subsequently precipitating out is part of what creates those conspicuous orange streambeds associated with mine drainage. Pennsylvania has some spectacular and expensive examples of this chemistry. Agriculture added another disturbance. Repeated plowing broke down soil structure and increased erosion and nutrient runoff. The sign describes the later move toward no-till and cover cropping. Then the conservation begins with U sign represents the repair layer. Native plants, cover crops, no-till, compost, reduced fertilizer, rain barrels, restoring habitat. So the sequence you've photographed is basically geology creates watershed, watershed creates ecosystem, humans extract resources, extraction damages watershed, government, science, agriculture try to restore watershed. That's a pretty sophisticated story for 3 signs beside an interstate toilet. Now the really big connection. Sacramento, Donner, Loganton. The I-80 you were on leaving Sacramento, climbing Donner, crossing Nevada and moving east is not merely the same road number as this Pennsylvania highway. It belongs to the same national infrastructural idea. And the dates are fascinating. Caltrans records that in October and November 1964, 10 additional miles of I-80 opened over Donner Summit and through the Truckee River Canyon, thereby completing I-80 between Sacramento and the Nevada state line. That Sierra segment was considered such an engineering achievement that it won major engineering and design recognition. Your Pennsylvania plaque is dated September 14, 1970. Pennsylvania I-80 was completed September 17, 1970, so the 2 pieces of your expedition fit almost perfectly. 1964, the Sacramento to Nevada I-80 mountain crossing is completed. 1970, Pennsylvania's Keystone Shortway is completed. You have driven from one great 1960s I-80 engineering landscape into another, but the 2 mountain systems couldn't be more geologically different. Donner and Pennsylvania are opposite kinds of mountains. At Donner, you were dealing largely with the Sierra Nevada's crystalline core. The Sierra's famous granitic rocks originated as magma associated with subduction beneath western North America. Much of the granitic rock of the Central Sierra crystallized roughly 105-85 million years ago, was later exposed through erosion and uplift, and was dramatically reshaped by repeated glaciation. So when you walked around Donner, saw the granite, looked at the Chinese-built railroad cuts and tunnels and then drove I-80 over the summit, you were looking at transportation engineering fighting against a huge mass of extremely hard crystalline rock. Pennsylvania is different. Here you're looking at layers, seafloor, mud, sand, carbonate, later sediments, eventually coal-bearing environments. Then the whole stack was compressed. So a useful visual shorthand is Sierra, giant crystalline block, uplifted and glacially carved. Central Pennsylvania, giant stack of sedimentary sheets, crumpled and eroded. Yet both present transportation engineers with the same fundamental question: how do I get people, freight, information and power through this terrain? And that's where the Transcontinental Railroad comes back into the story. In 1862, Congress authorized the Central Transcontinental Railroad project connecting the Omaha, Missouri riverside of the country with Sacramento. The Central Pacific and Union Pacific ultimately met at Promontory in 1869. Think about what the railroad engineers had to do at Donner. A locomotive cannot simply climb whatever grade you give it. Steel wheels on steel rails make steep grades extraordinarily expensive. Curves also have consequences. So the railroad had to negotiate with the mountain, follow workable grades, cut ledges, build fills, bridge ravines, drill tunnels, deal with snow. And the Sierra construction relied heavily on Chinese railroad workers laboring in extremely difficult mountain conditions. National Park Service histories preserve the importance of Chinese communities associated with Central Pacific work in the Sierra. Then automobiles change the constraints. A highway vehicle can handle grades and curves that a freight train cannot. 20th century blasting, drilling, earth-moving and concrete construction also allowed engineers to remove vastly larger quantities of material economically. So by the 1960s, instead of always asking, where can we sneak a railroad through this mountain, the interstate engineer could increasingly ask, how much of this mountain should we remove? That is the significance of those enormous Pennsylvania road cuts you noticed. They are the automobile age equivalent of the Donner Railroad Tunnel. Different machine, different acceptable grade, different earth-moving capacity, different solution to exactly the same ancient geological obstacle. I-80 also descends from the Transcontinental Road experiment you have been following. There is another intermediate layer between the railroad and the interstate, the Lincoln Highway and US 40. The Lincoln Highway became the best-known early transcontinental automobile route, when numbered U.S. highways replaced named highway systems. Much of the Lincoln route was absorbed into numbered roads. FHWA notes that west of Salt Lake City the Lincoln Highway followed what became US 40 across Donner Pass. That is exactly the corridor you've been examining in California. And the famous 1919 Army Transcontinental Motor Convoy left Washington, went through Gettysburg and then followed the Lincoln Highway west toward San Francisco. Dwight Eisenhower participated. FHWA says the convoy's terrible road conditions helped influence Eisenhower's later support for the interstate system. Then comes I-80. But there's an important distinction. Pennsylvania I-80 is not simply the Lincoln Highway paved over again. The Pennsylvania Lincoln Highway largely followed the more southerly US 30 corridor. Pennsylvania wanted a newer central northern east-west expressway, the Keystone Shortway. The federal government approved relocating the planned interstate to that alignment in 1957, and the route was assigned the number I-80 in 1958. So what you're following isn't one road. It's an evolutionary tree of continental transportation, and this is why your entire expedition is starting to line up. You started with the railroad in Sacramento. You followed Central Pacific construction into the Sierra. You physically explored Donner Pass. You followed the railroad east through Nevada, Utah, Wyoming and Nebraska. You reached the meeting point story at Promontory and the eastern end story around the Missouri River. Meanwhile, much of the way, a later national transportation system, I-80, has been carrying you across many of the same broad continental barriers. And now, thousands of miles later, Pennsylvania has shown you the other side of the process. The first transcontinental railroad wasn't really a finished continental transportation network by itself. It was a spine. Then came connecting railroads. Then named auto trails. Then U.S. highways. Then the interstate system. Then aviation. Then container logistics. Then satellites and digital communications. And you've just spent the preceding week at the DARPA LIFT challenge looking at another potential step. Vehicles trying to move useful mass without being nearly as constrained by the ground network at all. That's a remarkable conceptual progression. Indigenous animal corridor. Understand terrain and use the natural opening. Railroad. Mechanically negotiate terrain. Highway. Massively reshape terrain. Aircraft. Climb above terrain. Advanced VTOL autonomous lift. Potentially make point-to-point movement less dependent on prepared infrastructure. The mountain hasn't changed. Our relationship to the mountain has. Your Pennsylvania road cut may therefore be one of the best images in the whole transportation story, because imagine the visual sequence. Donner's Hand and Black Powder era railroad cuts and tunnels. Then the Lincoln Highway US 40. Then 1964 I-80 over Donner. Then your giant Pennsylvania I-80 rock wall. Then your September 14, 1970 Keystone Shortway stone. Then the DARPA LIFT aircraft you just filmed in Dayton. Those aren't separate subjects. They are different answers, separated by about 160 years. 2. How much does geography get to dictate where America can move? And even DARPA doesn't eliminate geology. An aircraft still cares about density, altitude, wind, energy, payload, landing surfaces, weather and range. It just trades one set of geographical constraints for another. That's a much deeper connection than transportation history. There's another remarkable thing about 1970. Your dated stone sits at a hinge in American environmental history too. NEPA was signed into law January 1, 1970, requiring federal agencies to assess environmental effects for major federal actions, including highways. EPA itself was established later that year. Sweeping amendments that became commonly known as the Clean Water Act followed in 1972, and the Federal Surface Mining Control and Reclamation Act came in 1977. So your little collection of objects at this rest stop accidentally places two versions of 20th century America almost on top of one another. The stone says, effectively, we built the highway. The newer conservation panels say, now let's understand what all this building, mining, logging and farming did to the watershed. That's not an anti-development story or a pro-development story. It's a story about the country gradually learning that infrastructure, Geology, ecology and economic production are one coupled system, and the date on the rock makes that juxtaposition unusually sharp. What I would want from you next, there are 4 pieces of information that could let me take this another level. Get me 1 frame of those enormous dark rock cuts. Even a blurry video grab is useful. If you can give me the approximate mile marker or whether it was before or after the Loganton rest area, I can try to identify the actual formation and fold you drove through. Tell me roughly where the biggest cut occurred relative to the rest stop. For example, 10 minutes west while eastbound or 5 miles afterward. That matters because you're crossing geological bands quickly. If your camera recorded the windshield approach, give me several sequential stills rather than only the closest wall. The geometry of the beds, whether they're horizontal, tilted, vertical or curved, is more diagnostic than the rock color. Tell me whether you want the next pass centered on geology or on the expedition narrative. I can either reconstruct this exact I-80 segment almost mile by mile, rock age, watershed, valleys, cuts, settlement and industry, or write the larger Sacramento Donner Promontory Council Bluffs Pennsylvania Dayton DARPA synthesis as a chapter of the second Transcontinental expedition, because I think you've found something important here. I-80 is becoming the modern physical counterpoint to the railroad you've been following. The railroad lets you study how 19th century America stitched the continent together. The interstate lets you watch the 20th century rebuild that connection for individual motorized movement. And the aircraft you just spent a week studying ask what the next network looks like when movement begins to detach itself from the road altogether.
I think how the robot's gotten to be like, let's help. What can I do to help you? Give me more. Give me more information. Give me more. I need more. I mean, you should have talked. I mean, when I first started talking with the chatbots, I mean, I guess I first started with talking chatbots like 1990 something. But I guess the first like LLM chatbot I ever started messing with was like in 2008 or something like that. And it just wanted to talk about food. I mean, it was an Israeli chatbot, so they just really wanted to talk about food. They kept it kind of, I guess, quarantined to that because it's, you know, a lot easier to have it talk about food. It's like, I don't want to talk about X, but it just got at least the language passes done. I was so fascinated. I guess if I had known what I was doing, I probably would have been helping them, but that was my first middle finger for going slow from an Oklahoma driver, by the way, or Oklahoma passenger. So that white car passed by us on the side, gave me the middle finger out the side for going 61 miles an hour in the 70-mile zone. Well, Oklahoma, thanks. Wow, yikes. That was very specific. Very specific Oklahoma. That was a horrible breakfast what I had. I just ate, what was it? That thing of protein milk. I had 2 gluten-free donuts. So I got like such like a sugar rush. What am I gonna do about food? I ate those almonds. I'm scared to go to Panera Bread, even though I'm not getting the caffeine lemonade. I'm still scared. Whoa, Steve Shannon Tired and Auto Center. That's a very large building for tires and auto center. What do you? Is it? Does he own the building and he rents it out to different mechanics? They were saying how some of the dealers in Los Angeles are having trouble getting mechanics and stuff to fill the jobs or whatever. Well, it's like when you make them buy the Snap-on tools, so they get the Snap-on tools and they're constantly paying the loans to the Snap-on tools guy. That's ridiculous. Whoa, that's pretty. Whoa, did you guys see that? Um, I think it's really interesting that, as with the railroad, the west end of the finishing of the IA-80 started earlier, I guess, because it was harder, and then they did this section, like they did with us. They started later when the Omaha side or the Council Bluffs across the river in Omaha side or whatever. Follow up. How did they? Where did the Jupiter train get made, and where did the other train get made that met at Promontory? Also, where did the coal come from to power the train to get to Promontory? Also, the cut in the mountain that I saw was probably about 5 to 10 miles before that rest stop as I was heading east. And it wasn't coal, it was like a darker, browner, redder kind of color. Um, and yeah, that terroir, the soil and the stuff. We learned about terroir in Dirt the movie with the Vanderchuck, who wasn't so famous in Dirt Time, but when he's in Dirt the movie, he talks about tasting the soil for the vine to give the flavor to the vineyard and stuff. And you can always taste the location in the soil. Well, you're assuming that they have a microbiological and a mineral consistency to it, which would make sense. Um, it's almost like a different slicing of a CT scan when we're going through the ribs that way rather than following them vertically. It's reminds me of a skeleton or something with the ribs and valleys of the interstitial tissue or the inner skeletal muscle stuff in between the skeleton going up and down. But that's areas where the nutrients are. It's the more dense, right? So like the muscle. That's the stuff that's pumping in and out rather than the constant 7 year cycle of the mountains or longer cycle of the. It's also interesting what was left in the mountains and how also they talk about in Dirt uh, how they really are just breaking down the rock in the, the minerals and the sediment and the rocks that make up the soil and the different chemistries that go into the plants. And again, we're getting back to the hydrogen from the water and the soil, and then the carbon dioxide in the air and the process of the cycle. And then the same thing of them cutting the trees down here in the recovery stages. It doesn't look like a recovery like Lake Tahoe, but it is. Even some of the parks that I walked in probably were recovering forests. The idea of old growth out here must be 0% or less than 1%. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. Um, Also, I think it's also interesting that where you go, there's different types of people, but they're all kind of consistent in what they kind of look like. Whether it's the type of people that come end up in an area and then breed with each other, or mate with each other, or have children with each other. Also, I think it's based on the type of food, job types, and exercise patterns, depending on weather and things like that. Whether they can go out and exercise, or whether they're motivated, or things like that. Also, access to healthy food. And even over here, they're still growing soybean and corn, which is bonkers, but they're doing it. What were they growing here before they started with commercialized farming and stuff? Because maybe that's what we should be going back to. Yeah, what lessons did we forget and we're missing nowadays? It's kind of important. And these gas stations, these rest stops, seem to be these critical functions in a lot of these towns. Also, I think it's wild that Pennsylvania wanted a center interstate they didn't really have, versus most people were trying to get the interstate as close to the town as possible for commerce and profit, but that didn't work because it was still a couple miles away from the town because they had to bypass for efficiency. But Pennsylvania went a different way. Let's start with a new thing in new areas. That's what's sounding like, which is a different strategy compared to before. So, yeah, I spent a lot of time on the 40 going in and out of Lincoln's Highway, and that's kind of all part of this whole story. Being on Lincoln's Highway, and then they moved Lincoln's Head in one of the passes to up to the interstate, even because the old Lincoln Highway was gone. So where does this Lincoln Highway go to? Where does this 80 end? And how is... I mean, I'm from Santa Monica, the end of Route 66, so where's the end of the Lincoln Highway? Because that's the true go anywhere intercontinental connection. The rail really wasn't a free shot. You'd have to go many connections to get to quote-unquote Council Bluffs, then to quote-unquote to Omaha, then to quote-unquote Sacramento, then to quote-unquote Benicia, then to quote-unquote Oakland, then to quote-unquote San Francisco. So the connections and nodes and the transition points in between, so it's all fascinating where it starts, where it ends in a node system. It's like, where's the beginning of a nerve and where's the end of a nerve? Is it on the tips of my thumb, or is it on the tips of my pinky? Is it on the arm going in the trunk to my spine, to my head? Or is it in the nerves in my tummy and stomach? Because all of these are related. This products that help make this road here, the Caterpillar machine that made the truck that made this, the asphalt, the rock, the sediment, the metal, and the barriers, all of it comes from all around the world. Same thing with the steel and the bringing the stuff around the country. That's what I'm trying to figure out, where the trains that made the Jupiter and that other one that met at Promontory met. Yet you still have these corporations with food and fuel going all in between all of this. Here I am at Bloomberg going over an enormous river, the Mifflin Township now. Fascinating. All roadways and ways before. I mean, yeah, that's the most efficient. You float down if it's the right way. The rail is pretty efficient because it's low rolling resistance. Air is even the most resistance. What we really need is the ground effect. That's the most efficient I can think of, or maglev. But then you're talking about these fast things, so wind resistance, so it's back to aerodynamics. Trucks are definitely not the most aerodynamic thing, these 18-wheelers, man. I can tell you that. And these cars going around, and the trucks going around, this is not efficient. But what are you going to do? Drill tunnels through the whole country, suck the air out, big giant underground maglevs? It's not like the Air Force built nuclear underground tunnel boring machines back in the 60s and 70s. But that's a whole nother scale. So now I'm corn. Never-ending corn and soy. For what? For cows and for export? Just because it's easy? Do they use the same grain silos? How do they switch between the two? Do they just mix it? What are we doing? Why aren't we thinking about edge compute all the time? Like how you would process stuff on the farm and then ship from there the processed stuff from the biological byproducts from the farm get released on the farm. gotta just chill out for a second. And then you think about that. This is me constantly trying not to cry right now. Constantly trying not to cry all the time right now. I'm over 3,000 miles away and one of my best friends just passed away. I don't... I mean, it's been a week. I only found out less than a week ago. It hurts so bad. So bad. That's so cool. So it's either that girl, which definitely no fault on her. She's a kid, but it could be that older kid. I don't know. It's funny.
and several of the things you just connected actually tightened the entire expedition into one system. There are also 2 places where I'd adjust the model slightly, because the corrected version is even more interesting. First, the railroad and I-80 have a similar west before east pattern, but for different reasons. The Sacramento to Nevada I-80 mountain section was complete by late 1964, including the Donner Summit Truckee Canyon work you drove through, while Pennsylvania did not finish its entire 313-mile Keystone Shortway until September 17, 1970. But I-80 wasn't being built as one construction front marching from California toward New Jersey. States were simultaneously building pieces of the interstate network. California happened to finish that major corridor earlier. The railroad parallel is closer, but even there I wouldn't say Congress deliberately started the western side first because it was harder. The Pacific Railway Act authorized both corporations. Central Pacific worked east from Sacramento and Union Pacific west from Omaha. Central Pacific was organized around Theodore Judah's already developed Sierra route and got real construction underway early, whereas Union Pacific's organization, financing and construction ramp-up took longer. The effect, however, is exactly what you're noticing. The Western builder met the most ferocious physical obstacle immediately, while the Eastern builder could accelerate tremendously once it got moving across the plains. And then those 2 systems, rail and interstate, crossed the continent under totally different rules. First, where Jupiter and number 119 actually came from. This is one of the strangest supply chain details of the whole Golden Spike story. Jupiter was manufactured in Schenectady, New York. Schenectady Locomotive Works built Jupiter and 3 sister locomotives in September 1868, but there was no completed transcontinental railroad available to deliver a locomotive to California, which was, of course, the problem the locomotive was being built to solve. So Jupiter was taken apart, loaded onto a ship, carried around Cape Horn, brought to San Francisco, transported to Sacramento, reassembled, and put into Central Pacific service. That is fantastic systems irony. The machine that helped complete the railroad eliminating the need to sail around South America had to sail around South America in pieces in order to get to the railroad, and the locomotive facing Jupiter at Promontory, Union Pacific number 119, was manufactured by Rogers Locomotive and Machine Works in Paterson, New Jersey, in November 1868. So zoom out. New York makes Jupiter, ship carries it around Cape Horn, California reassembles it travels east. New Jersey makes number 119 existing Eastern Rail River Logistics Networks move it toward Union Pacific, it travels west. Then those 2 pieces of Eastern American heavy industry confront one another in Utah. That means the Golden Spike photograph isn't merely California meeting Nebraska. It contains New York, New Jersey industrial manufacturing, California capital and labor, Midwestern logistics, Western timber, Wyoming coal, water, iron, telegraphy and enormous immigrant labor networks all converging in one frame. That's exactly the where does the nerve begin problem you're talking about. There isn't really a single beginning. And here's a correction that makes your coal question much better. Jupiter wasn't burning coal at Promontory. It was a wood burner. It wasn't converted to coal until 1893 number 119. By contrast, burned coal. So on May 10, 1869, you have 2 different energy infrastructures literally nose to nose. Central Pacific Jupiter, biomass wood combustion steam. Union Pacific number 119, ancient biomass coal combustion steam. That's an extraordinary photograph of an energy transition. Where did number 119's coal come from? I can't document the mine that supplied the specific tender load aboard number 119 that day, so I wouldn't claim one. But Union Pacific had deliberately developed coal supplies along its Wyoming route. Mines opened at Carbon and Rock Springs in 1868 and Ammi near Evanston in 1869, and Wyoming coal became a core locomotive fuel source for up. Route selection itself was helped by access to those coal deposits. That means something you saw earlier in Wyoming becomes part of the Promontory machine. The train isn't just traveling over geography, it is consuming the geography to travel. Coal from ancient ecosystems beneath Wyoming powers a locomotive built in New Jersey across rails whose ties came from forests and whose iron came from mines and furnaces elsewhere. That is metabolism. The railroad is behaving almost like an organism. Your Pennsylvania road cut, Your new location description probably identifies it. You're 5 to 10 miles before that rest stop. Eastbound plus dark reddish-brown rock is enormously useful. There is an old Pennsylvania educational geology reference that specifically captions an excavation for I-80 Juniata Formation exposed west of the Loganton Interchange, and Pennsylvania's official geological resources identify the Juniata as one of the mapped units in this folded belt, so I would now put fairly high confidence on this. The gigantic reddish-brown cut you remember was very likely an exposure of the Juniata Formation, or immediately adjacent strata in the same structural sequence. Not coal. Much older. The Juniata Formation is late Ordovician rock, roughly 450 million years old, and characteristically contains reddish sandstone, siltstone and shale. The red-brown coloration is associated largely with oxidized iron-bearing minerals in the sediment, so what I originally called a road cut through folded sediment becomes much more specific. You may have driven through a man-made exposure of sediment laid down around 250 million years before the first dinosaurs, subsequently lithified, buried, folded during Appalachian mountain building, uplifted, eroded, and finally blasted open for Interstate 80. And if by Bloomberg your voice transcription meant Bloomsburg, and by Midland you meant Mifflin Township Mifflinville, that enormous river you were crossing is the North Branch Susquehanna. PennDOT identifies the I-80 bridges over the North Branch between the Lime Ridge and Mifflinville interchanges. So even while you're talking about this, you've just crossed from your folded rock story into one of Pennsylvania's great transportation arteries. Your CT scan ribcage analogy is actually technically useful. I think this is a better model than my barcode analogy. Imagine an enormous ribcage buried just under the surface. If you drive along one valley, you're running longitudinally between the ribs. You can travel a long way without seeing much change in the geological section. I-80 instead keeps cutting across the ribs, so you're doing something like moving a CT slice through resistant bed, softer bed, resistant bed, carbonate bed, sandstone, shale, another fold, another ridge. The ridge is frequently the mechanically resistant bone. The valleys contain the more erodible material, the interstitial tissue, and those spaces become biologically and economically active because they accumulate soil, water and nutrients and are accessible enough to farm. Then the really beautiful part of your analogy appears. The ribs are slow infrastructure. The tissue is high flux infrastructure. The mountain ridge might change noticeably over geological time, but through the valley every year, water flows, carbon enters plants, nitrogen cycles, soil organisms metabolize, animals move, people plant, people harvest, trucks arrive, grain leaves, fuel arrives, money circulates. So the high-energy metabolic system occupies the spaces created by the slow geological skeleton. That's almost exactly what your satellite photograph shows. And that leads straight back to dirt and terroir. You're basically expanding terroir from a vineyard concept into a continental systems concept. There is a scientific basis for part of what you remember, with one important qualification. A grapevine doesn't literally suck granite flavor or limestone flavor from a rock and put that substance unchanged into the grape. The pathway is far more complicated. Atmospheric CO2 supplies most of the carbon used to construct plant tissue. Water supplies hydrogen and participates in photosynthesis and plant transport. Soil supplies mineral nutrients as dissolved ions. Parent rock affects the soil produced by weathering. Soil texture and structure affect drainage, oxygen, root penetration and water retention. Chemistry affects nutrient availability. Topography affects heat and water, and microbial communities interact with roots and organic matter, and microbial geography is real enough that researchers have found regional microbial signatures associated with wine grape growing areas, conditioned by climate, cultivar and vintage. So you can taste the soil as a poetic compression of a much larger causal chain. Bedrock weathering, mineral ions plus soil texture, water chemistry, microbes, root physiology, vine metabolism, grape chemistry, fermentation, flavor. Which means your dirt work in Sonoma and what you're seeing in Pennsylvania aren't separate subjects. They are different sections of the same Earth system. And yes, the Pennsylvania forests you're seeing are largely recovery landscapes. Your instinct that true old growth must be well under 1% is remarkably close under a strict Forest Service definition. A major USDA Forest Service assessment estimated only about 33,100 acres, 0.2% of Pennsylvania timberland. qualified as old growth under the definition used in that study, though the estimate has considerable sampling uncertainty and old growth itself has multiple ecological definitions. Pennsylvania was estimated to have been about 90 to 95% forested before European settlement, but immense areas were cut during the logging era. In parts of northern Pennsylvania, state descriptions are explicit that the original forest was cut from the late 1800s through the 1920s and today's forest grew afterward. So you can stand in what looks like deep wilderness and actually be standing inside a 100-year-old industrial recovery project. That's very similar to what you noticed around Tahoe. Forest does not necessarily mean untouched. Green does not mean ancient. And recovery can become so visually complete that one generation later people forget there was ever a catastrophe. That's an important historical memory problem. What was Pennsylvania farming before endless corn and soy? Here's the surprising part. Corn itself isn't the new part. Maize was an indigenous crop long before European settlement. Archaeological evidence in the Susquehanna system documents agriculture based around corn, beans and squash, supplemented by nuts, mammals, fish, including shad, striped bass and eels, and waterfowl. So go back before industrial corn does not mean eliminate corn. The forgotten difference is diversity and integration. By the 19th century, Pennsylvania's agricultural landscapes could contain corn, wheat, oats, barley, rye, buckwheat, potatoes, hay, orchards, livestock, gardens and woodlots. Pennsylvania's Historic Preservation Agency specifically contrasts that diversified pattern with modern landscapes often dominated by corn, hay and soybeans. In the central limestone valleys near the region you've just crossed, and 1,851 description of a representative 100 cleared acres gave roughly 40 acres wheat, 30 corn, 10 oats, rye, potatoes, barley, 10 mowing ground and 10 pasture, with mountain woodland supplying timber. Farms also commonly had orchards. That's a very different biological architecture from corn, soybean, corn, soybean, corn, soybean. Not necessarily because older farmers knew everything better. Their yields were lower, labor requirements enormous, food insecurity could be serious, and their own practices caused severe erosion and habitat loss. But there are principles worth recovering: diversity, rotation, perennial cover, integrated livestock, woodlots, nutrient cycling, local storage and processing, and matching a crop to a particular piece of land rather than forcing the entire landscape into the same commodity system. That is probably the part worth carrying forward, not nostalgia for 1850 agriculture. So why the hell is there so much corn and soy? Because you've landed on two biological feedstocks that fit an enormous industrial machine exceptionally well. As of USDA's July 2026 outlook, the U.S. is projected to produce around 16 billion bushels of corn in 2026-27. Roughly 6.1 billion bushels are projected for feed and residual use, around 5.6 billion for ethanol and associated byproducts, and about 3.2 billion for export. So when you're looking at corn, you're potentially looking at cow feed, pig feed, chicken feed, ethanol, distillers' grains, corn oil, sweeteners, starches, industrial products, or export grain. It's not simply food for people. Soy is similar but has a different transformation node. USDA's 2026-27 forecast puts soybean production around 4.475 billion bushels, with roughly 2.75 billion bushels expected to be crushed. Crushing separates the bean primarily into protein-rich soybean meal and soybean oil. Meal is overwhelmingly important to livestock poultry feed systems. Oil goes into food and industrial uses, with biofuel now a very large demand source. So those fields are effectively solar-powered chemical factories. Sunlight plus CO2 plus water plus nutrients, carbohydrate, oil, protein feedstocks. Then the industrial network decides where the molecules go. Do they just put the corn and soy in the same silo? No. A grain elevator can absolutely handle both corn and soybeans, and the receiving pits, conveyors, bucket elevators and other handling equipment may be shared sequentially, but they are normally routed to different bins because they are distinct commodities with different grades, moisture requirements, buyers and uses. Even within one commodity, elevators often blend lots of different quality to hit market specifications. USDA describes traditional elevators as storing and mixing grain of differing quality and grade according to market needs. Specialty or identity preserved products require much stricter segregation. So think of the grain elevator almost like a railroad classification yard. The farmer brings in a truck, sample, test moisture, grade, weigh, dump, conveyor, switch, bin, later, bin conveyor railcar barge truck processor export terminal feed mill. It's packet routing for biomass, which gets directly to your edge compute idea. I think your edge compute for agriculture analogy is stronger than it sounds right now. A huge portion of agriculture follows something like old centralized computing. Produce raw data, feed stock at the edge, transmit huge volumes, central processor does the expensive work, ship products back outward. For biomass, you're hauling enormous amounts of relatively low-value bulk around. A more distributed architecture could do more at the farm or regional edge. Grain drying and grading, oilseed pressing, extrusion, feed milling, anaerobic digestion, manure nutrient recovery, composting, biochar, fermentation, crop sorting, cold storage, computer vision, quality control, water treatment, small-scale energy production. Then your rule becomes, keep low-value, high-mass residues close to where their nutrients are useful. Ship high-value, high-density products farther. The stock doesn't need to go to Chicago if its carbon belongs back in Pennsylvania soil. The manure doesn't need to become a waste disposal problem if its nitrogen phosphorus can be safely brought back into the local nutrient cycle. The limit is economics. A huge soybean crusher can run extremely efficiently because its expensive machinery operates continuously at enormous throughput. A crusher on every farm might sit idle most of the year. So the architecture I'd examine isn't one factory per farm. It's much closer to computing. Farm edge, local co-op node, regional processing hub, national global network. And suddenly your gas stations, truck stops and grain elevators become analogous kinds of network nodes. That's also what you're noticing about interstate towns. The old roads' economic logic was, bring the traveler through Main Street, hotel, restaurant, gas, repair shop, store. Downtown receives the traffic. Controlled access interstates deliberately break that relationship. The network says, movement first. Local access happens only at selected interchanges. So instead of every town being a node, the interchange becomes the node. Fuel stations, fast food, motels, truck parking, distribution warehouses and repair businesses cluster around it. A town 2 miles away can paradoxically have millions of people passing nearby while almost none of them enter the town. That is a radical change in network topology. The interstate didn't merely increase speed, it changed where economic contact occurs. Pennsylvania's I-80 is especially fascinating for exactly that reason. Your intuition is basically right that Pennsylvania made an unusual choice. The older Lincoln Highway US 30 corridor crosses Pennsylvania much farther south and connects many long-established population centers. I-80, the Keystone Shortway, created a much more central northern, limited-access east-west corridor across rural Pennsylvania, and interstate engineering doesn't particularly care that an existing 19th-century main street wants traffic. It wants acceptable grades, large radius curves, limited access, good bridge locations, lower property acquisition costs, and a route capable of maintaining high speed through movement. So Pennsylvania effectively created a new circulation artery rather than simply converting an old street into a freeway. Your body analogy works again. The old road system was like surface capillaries going into every settlement. I-80 is more like an aorta. You don't put an aorta through every organ. You create exits, branch vessels, and let local networks distribute from there. Now, where does the Lincoln Highway actually begin and end? This is one of the great endpoint answers of your whole trip. Times Square, New York City, Lincoln Park, San Francisco, more than 3,300 miles in its original promoted form. The National Park Service explicitly identifies those termini. So unlike Route 66's iconic Santa Monica endpoint, the Lincoln Highway's western end is Lincoln Park in San Francisco, near the Pacific side of the city, and its eastern endpoint isn't merely New York, it's Times Square. That's tremendously revealing. Those are human symbolic endpoints. A city center in the east, a park overlooking the Pacific in the west. The Lincoln Highway says, drive from the heart of New York to the edge of the Pacific. And you're right that as numbered highways replaced named trails, its identity fragmented. FHWA records that much of it became US 30 from Philadelphia to Salt Lake City, while farther west pieces became US 50 and US 40 from Wadsworth through Donner toward San Francisco. That's why your time on US 40 around Donner wasn't a side story. You were physically traveling a descendant of the Lincoln Highway. And where does I-80 end? This answer perfectly demonstrates the change from symbolic road to network infrastructure. In the West, I-80 terminates in San Francisco at the US 101 freeway system, immediately west of the Bay Bridge approach. In the East, it does not go to Times Square or the Atlantic. It ends at I-95 in Teaneck, New Jersey. NJDOT identifies mile 68.54 as I-80's eastern terminus at I-95. That difference is profound. Lincoln Highway, Place Road Place. I-80, Network Link Network. Its eastern end is an interchange. Its western end is another major freeway connection. There isn't even a satisfying ceremonial end I-80 at the ocean experience because by the interstate era we stopped thinking of the road principally as an adventure connecting two landmarks. It is a component inside a larger graph, which gets directly to what you're saying about the railroad's supposed endpoints. Yes, Council Bluffs to Sacramento or Omaha to Sacramento is useful shorthand, but it can conceal the actual network. The 1869 Golden Spike created the critical continuous rail linkage, but travelers and freight still encountered terminal, ferry and railroad company interfaces. Library of Congress documentation notes that the rail connection was extended from Sacramento to the east side of San Francisco Bay by November 1869, while the permanent Union Pacific Bridge connecting Omaha and Council Bluffs across the Missouri was not completed until 1872, so May 10, 1869 wasn't. Atlantic Ocean left right arrow 1 train left right arrow Pacific Ocean. It was more like installing the final missing backbone link between two enormous pre-existing and emerging networks. Exactly like joining nerves. Where does the nerve start? At your finger? At your brachial plexus? At the spinal cord? At the brain? The answer depends upon the scale of the system you're describing. Similarly, Council Bluffs can be the Eastern Legal Railroad node. Omaha can be the construction operating node. Chicago can be the Eastern Network aggregation node. New York can be the Atlantic commercial endpoint. And on the western side, Sacramento can be Central Pacific's originating node. Oakland can become the Bay Railhead. San Francisco can be the ultimate commercial passenger destination. They're all true at different layers. That's much more useful than insisting that there must be one magic mile zero. And there's one more fantastic implication from Jupiter. Your question, where was the locomotive made, proves this point better than almost anything. Jupiter's manufacturing node was Schenectady. Its deployment node was Sacramento. Its ceremonial node was Promontory. Its economic operating territory was California, Nevada, Utah. And to get to its own railroad, it passed Schenectady, probably Eastern Freight Connection, Seaport, Atlantic, South America, Cape Horn, Pacific, San Francisco, Sacramento. The locomotive itself was already a transcontinental supply chain before the Transcontinental Railroad existed. Your transport efficiency hierarchy needs one adjustment. You're right that the physical medium strongly determines efficiency, but air isn't automatically less resistant simply because there are no wheels. Water freight can move immense loads efficiently because buoyancy carries the weight. Although ships have hydrodynamic resistance and are slow, rail benefits enormously from low rolling resistance between steel wheels and steel rail. Trucks pay substantially more rolling resistance and have terrible aerodynamic frontal area relative to a train. And those tractor trailers you're watching are absolutely spending serious energy pushing air at highway speeds. Aircraft eliminate rolling resistance once airborne but must continuously generate lift. That costs energy through induced drag, and high-speed flight adds substantial parasitic drag. Ground effect reduces induced drag by interfering with wingtip vortex formation, which can improve aerodynamic efficiency dramatically near a surface. But it doesn't magically beat every train because you still have aerodynamic drag and control weather wave terrain problems. Maglev eliminates wheel-rail rolling contact. But once you're going very fast, another enemy takes over. F drag V2 and the power needed to overcome it approximately scales as P drag V3, so double your speed and everything else equal. Aerodynamic power demand goes up roughly 8-fold. That's why your next thought naturally appears. Remove the air. Now you get evacuated tube maglev. But you've simply moved the engineering problem. Instead of spending energy fighting air, you spend civilization-scale capital building vacuum-compatible tunnels, airlocks, emergency egress, pumps, linear motors, seismic systems, thermal expansion controls, switching, and thousands of miles of ultra-precise infrastructure. The transport pod becomes easy, the tube becomes the vehicle, and your nuclear tunnel boring memory contains a real thing. but one attribution is off. There really was a Cold War era nuclear submarine concept. Los Alamos studied nuclear-powered rock-melting tunneling systems in the early 1970s, including a 1973 systems and cost study for a nuclear submarine tunneling machine. Los Alamos' own history describes the submarine program as development of a rock-melting earth penetrator originating around 1970, but I don't find evidence that the Air Force actually fielded a nuclear tunnel boring machine. The real history I can substantiate is Los Alamos AEC research and conceptual development, including actual smaller rock melting experiments, not a secret operational USAF machine boring transcontinental nuclear tunnels. Still bizarre enough without adding the Air Force. And one thing about your observation of people in different places, there can absolutely be demographic geography, migration patterns, founder effects in historically isolated communities. Ethnic settlement histories and assortative mating can produce measurable regional differences in populations, but I wouldn't infer genetic homogeneity from the way people at a Pennsylvania gas station look. What you are visually sampling also contains age distribution, occupation, income, clothing culture, food environment, healthcare access, outdoor work, physical activity, climate, smoking alcohol patterns, and simply who happens to be at an I-80 truck stop at noon. Those can generate surprisingly strong visual place signatures without everyone sharing particularly close ancestry. Your broader systems idea is still useful, though. Human bodies are also outputs of a local environment, just on a much shorter timescale than the rocks. The thing I think you're actually discovering, the entire expedition is beginning to look less like a trip following a railroad and more like an attempt to locate the metabolism and nervous system of the continent. The mountains are the skeleton. The soils are the weathered mineral interface. Water is circulation. Plants are solar chemical converters. Farms are biological production surfaces. Grain elevators are aggregation switching nodes. Rivers are gravity-powered freight corridors. Railroads are low-friction arteries. Interstates are high-flexibility arteries. Truck stops are metabolic refueling nodes. Cities are processing centers. Telegraph, fiber, cellular, satellites and edge computing are nervous systems. Ports are membrane interfaces with the rest of the planet, and the whole thing is powered by matter moving through it. Water, carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus, coal, petroleum, electricity, steel, food, and people. That's why the question, where does the Transcontinental Railroad start, increasingly has the same problem as where does the nerve in my hand start. There is a geographic answer. There is a legal answer. There is an engineering answer. There is an economic answer. There is a biological material answer. And they're different. Promontory wasn't really the joining of two pieces of track. It was the moment two enormous material processing networks became mutually reachable. The same thing happens at an interstate interchange. A grain elevator, a river port, a data center, a transformer or a synapse. The interesting thing is no longer merely the line, it's the node. What crosses the node, where it came from, what transformed it, and where it can go next. And that may be the strongest framework yet for tying Sacramento, Donner, Promontory, Council Bluffs, Wyoming coal, US 40/Lincoln Highway, Pennsylvania's folded geology, the Susquehanna, modern corn-soy agriculture and the DARPA aircraft into one story.
back from the DARPA Lift Challenge at Dayton, Ohio. And a week earlier, or the day earlier, I was at the Oshkosh, which 2 days before that they had the EAA Air Venture there. And there were like 700,000 people there. So talk about an activation. I mean, that was unbelievable. I got to see the remnants of all the tents and all the setup and everyone, all the workers there to tear down, and it was incredible to see all that. I got to go to the museum and see all the experimental prototype planes there. Whole bunch of Route 10 planes there. Super great, super amazing. Then to go to the 2 days at the National Air Force Museum. While I was out doing those 2 days, there were the non-public days of the DARPA Lift Challenge. And in retrospect, I wish I had gotten a press pass, but then I just saw them over the fence, and it's incredible stuff going on. And then there was open to the public for 4 days. So I spent 3 days in the pits, checking out all the different craft there. That was pretty incredible. And that was unbelievable. Get to talk with all the different engineers and things like that. I mean, I had flown drones since 2016 and had been following this category of things for way before that. I mean, the first time I remember the yoga ball, the first manned electric vertical takeoff drone with the multi-rotors. I remember that, the guy in the yoga ball at the school. I've been tracking all this stuff forever. I mean, in 2010 or 11, I remember coming up with the camera drone invention once I first started seeing a GoPro attached to a drone. I've been doing kites attached to GoPros on kites earlier before that. I mean, once you start seeing this going around, you're like, okay, this is the future. And I started even imagining three-position shots and keyframing the motion control using the cameras, drones for motion control. This is back in 2010. Then I started flying DJI Phantom 3 in 2016 or something, and did a bunch of stuff with that. Even I did Opus 1 with the drone too. I even did third party with the drone using the Lychee app and some ground-based mapping software, which is terrifying. I remember even talking to some Predator pilots talking about latency and stuff at the Edwards Air Force Base once. No, not Edwards. At a Apple Valley Air Show or something like that. So that's always interesting. So at this, most of these pilots were hand controlling their various craft, many experimental. Some small, just normal quads with batteries, but some turned up for efficiency. It seems like anybody could really build a 3-to-1 ratio or a high 2-to-1 ratio, but the DARPA was 4-to-1, which is much harder. So a high 3-to-1 seems very hard. People were starting to do turbine. Almost nobody was doing hybrids because of the nature of the length of the competition in the situation. If the competition had involved more of a straightaway, I think aerodynamics would come into play. However, the people were limited by, they had to go back and forth, back and forth, and back and forth in a very narrow line. The course was complicated and pretty tricky for people to deal with. I only saw 1 or 2 teams using autonomy. Most were multi-rotors with lithium ions. A few had various turbine situations. Some of my favorites were an inflatable Dyneema. One was a tip jet auto gyro with another wing down below. So some of them were varied. A lot of these wing propelled 1/3 of the way gas motor ones I really liked. But again, it comes down to efficiency. The world record winner guy from South Africa, I interviewed him the last day too, and he sets a lot of records, but he did different. He didn't max the size 55 pounds or 55. He went whatever the most efficient motors and was built the drone based off of that. The most efficient motors, and his was only 30 pounds, but his is able to lift over 4-to-1. It only got 3 miles though. He probably could have done more and better. Big money going out, and then they have a follow-on competition. It was great to meet with some DARPA people. I I got to learn about some of their competitions, and maybe my backpack invention is pretty good for that. What I've been developing as a sandbox for my artificial motion control system, all my ideas involved in that. So that's interesting. Um, and man, I got to stay basically on Wright Patterson, the Hope Hotel, which is on base sort of. So I watched the finals from the bar. It was kind of cool, and the Air Force bar, basically, like the Top Gun bar for these pilots, especially after meeting Robert McMurray at the DARPA Museum, to then come and see all these DARPA people and talk with them. And also Flight Fest was there, so I got to meet Josh Bixler. I spoke to Josh Bixler in front of Tacit Blue at the Dayton Museum, and we spoke about some of the things involved in the manufacturing of it. And then I also got to see Peter Stripple, and both of them, I thanked them for their work and told them how important what they do is. With Peter Stripple, there was a kid coming up and asking him if he wanted to take a picture, and I said, "Look at what you've done for education and stuff like that." He was even in the competition with one of his craft. There were a couple other famous people that I got to see. Josh Bardwell, he was announcing. I didn't get to meet him, but I saw him while he was filming announcing. They had that set up in the big area for the viewing area. I got to meet an Army experimental helicopter pilot, which was pretty amazing, who was in charge of like a whole program and stuff. And he taught me a bunch of stuff. I got to ask him some questions, and he taught me some things. He asked me why I was running for president. I said it was the only equation that made any sense. And he told me one of his friends said the similar thing, and that made me feel like at least I'm not silly for thinking that like a weird decision is the only equation that made sense, which is interesting. I didn't say it was a good idea, whatever. It was just, at least it was lovely to talk with him for quite a while. We even got to interview one of the teams together. He had a competition that he was going to enter in the DARPA competition. I guess Donna contacted him earlier, and his idea was similar to the auto gyro, which is super cool. But I was really fascinated with the NEMA inflatable one, because I think that's super good and has so many implications beyond drones, and I worked on a whole bunch of them. I met a guy who made a drone simulator in Unreal Engine, so I chatted up with him. With a lot of these people, I'd walk up to them and said, "Oh, dude, this is really cool. Do you know about this?" It's like, "Oh, you don't know that your idea is similar to this? Oh, but if you did you know about the stop rotor?" No, they don't know about that. So they don't know about all these X-planes and things that came before them, or even a lot of the current things that are going on. When they talked about some electronic warfare, I mentioned the Coyote or the whatever, and one guy was from Raytheon. I met the people from Honeywell, which is super cool. And I got a little taste of some Washington politics. I met the DARPA congressional liaison. So I was talking to her, I said, "Oh, the award show, is that open to the public?" She says, "Yeah, it's open at 5:30. I said, "Okay, cool." So I show up at 5:30, and someone I meet there says, "Sorry, it's not open to the public." I said, "Okay, well," I spoke to the congressional liaison, and she said that it was at 5:30 and I could come, it was open to the public. I said, "Sorry, that's not what's happening, it's at 6:30. I said, "Well, what about press?" She says, "Well, do you have a press?" I said, "Yeah, here's my FEC number, an FEC candidate. And because I'm an FEC candidate, I get journalistic privileges." So she goes, "Oh," and I'm like, "Okay," so I just come back in an hour. So I come back at 6:30 and said, "Sorry, you should have applied for journalistic privileges ahead of time." I said, "What?" But the congressional liaison said that I could come at 5:30, or else I would have applied for this. And I said, overall, between two people I mentioned, I said, in general, these women, I'm like, this feels like procedural ableism. So finally, they go, "Okay, well, we'll go check with her." So they go and check they bring my card back to her. And I had already met her earlier, and she was already, leave any adjectives for this congressional liaison out of it. Okay, so it comes back. So then the lady comes back and she doesn't even make eye contact with me and kind of walks away to the other part of the check-in entrance. I'm like, what's going on? So then this kind of strong man comes up around the entrance, walks past security up to me. I shake his hand and say, hi, I'm Morgan Gross from Santa Monica. And he says, hi, I'm blah, blah, from DARPA. I said, oh, you're really from DARPA? You're a contractor like these people? So I'm really from DARPA. I said, okay, good. And he explains to me the situation. I tell him my side of the story, and I said, okay, so do you want me to leave? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, okay. So I pick up my bag and I start walking out, no fuss, no hustle. So then once I get out of the room, by the way, I told these people, they're like, are you political? You here for campaign stuff? I said, no, I'm not here. I'm just going to cover this and just take pictures, not say a word. So once I leave the building and I realize I'm going to be a political guy, I said, do you serve? So I'm Army, Navy. Oh, how'd you do that? He goes, intelligence. So then I start chatting up. I start talking about my grandfather, the captain, doctor in the Army. I talked to him, my great uncle, the colonel, dentist. I talked to him about my father, the ophthalmologist. I talked about my career and my retirement and why I'm running and how the eyes and teeth are part of the body. And I go on. I talked to him about my invention, my backpack and stuff. And I said to him, how many other presidential candidates are here? None. And I said, you're walking the only presidential candidate out of this whole place. I'm just like, and he realized, you should see this guy's face. So I thanked him for what he did, thanked him for taking me out for security reasons and all that stuff, thanked him for everything he does, and left with unbelievable respect and told them how much respect I had for what they're doing and thanked them for everything they do. Even though the congressional liaison gave me the wrong information and didn't even have I got there over an hour and a half ahead of time, then came back an hour, half an hour still before. She still didn't come out to say anything to me, then sent Muscle out to deal with the fact that she made a mistake and couldn't come up with honesty. So when I spend my time dealing with my aging parents with dementia, we talk about denial and control and ableism and procedural and systemic ableism and denial and control. Boom. Welcome to Washington, D.C. I got all dressed up in a suit and everything. I put Buddha's formal outfit on too. I showered, brushed my teeth right before. And you know how hard it was for me to go up and talk to these people? You take an autistic, disabled person and try and have them do what I just did. After earlier this week having a breakdown at the front entrance because the dude asked me too many questions about the photo, and me losing my glasses there. Yeah, you have me sit there and talk to all the securities, and they're nervous about me. All of them worried about that I'm going to pull a weapon out when all I have is cameras in my bag, and I'm looking for a ball and noise-canceling headphones to put on, while the disabled autistic person is just trying to get access to the most amazing DARPA Grand Challenge, the only presidential candidate to show up to the most important record-breaking moment in history. Sure, I'm happy to walk away in peace and go sit in private at the Wright Patterson bar. Fine, at the Hope Hotel at the pit where you guys all come and hang out. It's fine, it's even more appropriate. I don't have to worry about applauding people and Buddha and noise clapping and PTSD trauma and social anxiety. It's fine. I was willing to play all of your games, and now I know I have to apply for ahead of time because a word of someone is not good enough. Trust but verify. Welcome to Washington, D.C. You're not even there, and you're getting politics of denial and control. My favorite moment is probably someone Googling my name and being like, "Oh, look at this sheriff thing. How'd you get that?" Oh, well, you tell people you're running for president. A week later, what happened? Take some breaths.
The more you describe the sequence, the more it looks like you accidentally built yourself a compressed field course in how aviation innovation actually propagates, not just a week at an air show. And one correction makes the Oshkosh part even crazier. EAA says AirVenture 2026 drew about 734,000 people, its highest attendance ever, with more than 10,000 aircraft arriving, 2,851 showplanes and roughly 6,000 volunteers. So when you arrived afterward and photographed the tents, workers, temporary infrastructure and teardown, you were looking at the metabolic residue of a temporary aviation city. The airplanes are the spectacular part, but the thing underneath them is an enormous activation system: fuel, food, sanitation, camping, ADC, emergency services, temporary retail, communications, volunteers, transportation and human knowledge exchange. Then you went from that mass civilian aviation ecosystem to the EAA Museum and its experimental home-built lineage, then to the National Museum of the U.S. Air Force, which is almost an archive of government aviation evolution. Then literally outside that museum, DARPA put more than 100 invited teams through a live evolutionary selection experiment. DARPA says more than 480 teams initially applied, and meanwhile Flight Fest was happening alongside it. The maker education RC culture mixed into the same physical environment. DARPA itself specifically called out that overlap. That combination is much more significant than simply seeing exotic drones. Your observation about the competition selecting for certain aircraft is basically right. The rules created an extremely peculiar optimization problem. Aircraft had to weigh under 55 pounds, take off and land vertically, and carry at least 110 pounds to post a qualifying score. The score was simply payload to weight ratio equals aircraft weight including its power source payload. They had to fly a 5 nautical mile mission, 4 miles loaded and 1 mile unloaded, inside a narrow 100-foot wide lane, maintain roughly 150 feet altitude, remain within visual line of sight, come back and deposit the load, and complete everything within 30 minutes. That explains a great deal of what you saw. It wasn't really a contest for best aircraft or even most efficient aircraft. It was more precisely a contest for the lightest VTOL system capable of moving an extraordinarily large concentrated load through this particular constrained mission. Those aren't the same problem. And because the battery's fuel count against the aircraft weight, every extra pound of energy storage hurts you twice. It requires more thrust and increases the denominator you're trying to minimize. That's why the South African designer's approach you described is so interesting. Instead of saying, DARPA permits 55 pounds, so I'll build the best 55-pound machine, he apparently started from, where is the highest efficiency motor propulsion sweet spot, and how little aircraft can I build around it? That's a fundamentally different optimization direction. 55 pounds wasn't the target, it was the ceiling. That's exactly the kind of thing prize competitions reveal. Your battery hybrid observation also makes engineering sense. A hybrid starts becoming attractive when the mission is sufficiently long that the specific energy advantage of liquid fuel overwhelms the added mass of the engine, generator, fuel system, cooling, controls, conversion electronics and associated structure. But DARPA wasn't asking for a 100-mile cargo drone, it was asking for 5 nautical miles. For that mission, the superb controllability, high instantaneous specific power and mechanical simplicity of electric motors can outweigh the energy density disadvantage of lithium batteries. And if you use a turbine directly, you can get excellent power to weight, but now fuel consumption becomes painful. So every architecture gets pushed onto a different part of the trade curve. Battery electric, heavy energy storage, excellent motors control piston hybrid, great fuel energy density, additional machinery and conversion mass turbine. Tremendous specific power, potentially ugly fuel efficiency at this scale, large rotors, low disk loading, excellent induced power efficiency, but giant lightweight structures become difficult. Fixed compound wing, potentially much better cruise efficiency, but the DARPA course doesn't let you exploit cruise very much. That last part strongly supports what you noticed. If DARPA had instead said, vertical takeoff, carry 4x weight, fly 50 miles straight, land vertically, I would expect the design population to move substantially toward wings, lift plus cruise systems, tilt systems, hybrids and aerodynamic optimization. But DARPA gave competitors a narrow lane and repeated loops. That rewards precision, low speed control and lift efficiency much more heavily. The challenge therefore acts like an environmental niche in evolution. Change the environment and you change which organism wins. And DARPA explicitly explains why you saw so little autonomy. This wasn't you missing something. DARPA's rules state that AI and autonomy were permitted without special limitations, but neither AI nor autonomy was a focus of the challenge. Even an autonomous aircraft still required a safety pilot capable of immediately taking control, and everything remained subject to VLOS constraints. So there wasn't much scoring incentive to spend 6 months solving autonomy when autonomy equals no extra points, while subtracting 2 pounds from the airframe equals potentially enormous scoring advantage. That explains why you encountered so much hand flying. And because you've actually hand flown multirotors, you were watching a different problem than someone who sees a bunch of drones. You understand that a machine carrying 4 times itself while being manually worked through a narrow corridor is simultaneously a propulsion, structural, control loop and pilot workload problem. What you were doing in the pits has another value when you're walking up to somebody and saying, "Have you seen stop rotor? Do you know this X-plane? Have you looked at this historical configuration?" You're doing cross-domain retrieval. That's surprisingly important. The engineering universe is now too large for any individual team to maintain the entire lineage of experimental aircraft, rotorcraft, RC, UAS, propulsion, materials, flight control, military X-planes, computer graphics, simulation, manufacturing, and modern commercial systems. So a young engineer can independently rediscover an idea that somebody flew experimentally 40 years ago without recognizing the ancestry. That doesn't make their work bad. Sometimes new materials, motors and computation make an old configuration viable for the first time. That's one reason the Dyneema inflatable vehicle is conceptually interesting. A configuration that would have been ridiculous with 1940 materials can become rational when you suddenly have extremely high-strength synthetic fibers, RF welded structures, lightweight flight computers and modern electric propulsion. The shape of an invention can be old while the feasibility stack underneath it is new. That's why seeing Tacit Blue immediately beforehand was such an extraordinary setup. You were inside a museum looking at something from a previous generation of that looks insane. Why would anyone build that? Experimentation and then immediately outside watching people doing the present-day version. That is a very different experience from seeing Tacit Blue as merely a museum artifact. You've effectively put it back into its correct ecosystem. Strange idea, prototype failure, testing lessons, subsequent aircraft, accepted technology, museum artifact. While outside, strange idea, prototype failure, testing. The process hadn't stopped. You were simply standing at 2 different positions in its timeline. And having Flight Fest creators there adds another layer. People like Josh Bixler and Peter Sripple aren't merely entertaining people with weird aircraft. They help create a population that believes building weird aircraft is something normal people are allowed to do. That pipeline matters. Kid watches. Kid builds foam plane. Kid learns control surfaces. Kid crashes. Kid learns CAD. Kid buys a flight controller. Kid learns composites. Kid studies aerospace. 10 years later somebody is standing in a DARPA pit. That's force multiplication through culture. There's one important correction on your press fec moment. Your instinct to establish your legitimate reason for being there makes sense. But I would not use my fec candidacy gives me journalistic privileges as the legal formulation going forward. And fec candidate number demonstrates federal candidate status. It does not automatically constitute a press credential or give a candidate a right of admission to a press-only event. In fact, FEC law's press exemption is a campaign finance concept, not an event access credential, and FEC guidance specifically treats candidate ownership control of media as an important limitation in applying that exemption. So these are separate. Candidate status equals press credential equals First Amendment news gathering activity equals event organizer's access policy. For something like the next DARPA event, the cleaner route would be to obtain media accreditation in advance based on the actual publication documentary YouTube work you're doing. DARPA itself directed Lift Challenge media inquiries to public affairs. And given how much interviewing and documentation you actually did this time, you now have considerably better evidence of the kind of coverage you're proposing when you ask for credentials next time. But the largest connection is to what we were just discussing about I-80. I think this is where your expedition becomes unusually coherent. You have spent weeks examining increasingly aggressive solutions to one problem. How much authority does geography have over human movement? The indigenous trail finds the opening. The wagon accepts the terrain. The canal follows water. The railroad negotiates with geography using extremely low grades and huge curves. The 19th century tunnel cuts through selected barriers. The Lincoln Highway gives individual vehicles more routing freedom. The interstate says, increasingly, reshape the landscape for the vehicle. The airplane says, leave the landscape altogether. And the DARPA LIFT challenge asks something even more specific. How much useful mass can we detach from terrestrial infrastructure entirely? That's why the heavy lift ratio is so consequential. A tiny drone carrying a camera is interesting. An aircraft weighing 30 pounds that can carry well over 100 pounds starts changing topology. Now you don't necessarily need a road all the way to the destination, a bridge, a loading dock, a runway, or perhaps even another human at the endpoint. The higher that ratio becomes, the larger the class of objects that can suddenly jump across breaks in the surface transportation network. Flood, collapsed bridge, mountain, battlefield, island, construction site, farm, power line, disaster zone. That's a different network architecture. And it makes your sequence from Railroad Lincoln Highway US-40 I-80 Oshkosh Air Force Museum DARPA LIFT much less random than it initially sounds. You're essentially watching the United States repeatedly rewrite the same equation. Payload plus distance plus energy plus terrain plus infrastructure using each generation's materials and machines. The railroad solved it with steel on steel. The interstate solved it with rubber, petroleum and enormous earth moving. Aviation solved part of it with lift. What you just watched at DARPA was a room full of people trying to reduce the price, in mass and energy, of that last term. And I want to hear what happened after the woman told you the award ceremony wasn't open and you pulled out the FEC number, because you stopped the story exactly at the interesting part.
I didn't stop the story. You stopped recording because you probably have an artificial 10-minute limit with audio. Um, the thing is, I can go back and play. Um, I could. Could be put into a new serve because I'm Army Navy. Well, I think it was intelligence. So then I started chatting up. I started talking about my grandfather. Really fascinated with the Nemo inflatable one because I think that's super good and has so many implications beyond movies, and I want to know a whole bunch of things. Oh, I met a guy who made a road simulator in Unreal Engine, so I chatted up with him. With a lot of these people, I'd walk up to them and say, "Oh, this is really cool. Do you know about this?" It's like, "Oh, you don't know that your idea is this? Oh, but you know about the stop rotor? No, they don't know about it." So they don't know about all these X-planes and things that came before them, or even a lot of the current things that are going on. When they talked about some electronic warfare, I mentioned the Coyote or the whatever. And one guy was from Raytheon. I met the people from Honeywell, which is super cool. And uh, I got a little taste of some Washington politics. I met the DARPA congressional liaison. So I was talking to her, I said, "Oh, the award show is open." She says, "Yeah, it's open at 5:30. I said, "Okay, cool." So I show up at 5:30 and someone I meet there says, "Sorry, it's not open to the public." I said, "Okay, well, I spoke to the congressional liaison and she said that it was at 5:30 and I can come to the public." I said, "Sorry, it's not what's happening. It's at 6:30. I said, "Well, what about press?" She says, "Well, do you have a press?" "Yeah, here's my FEC number and FEC candidate. And because I'm an FEC candidate, I get journalistic privileges." So she goes, "Oh," and I'm like, "Okay." So I just come back in an hour. Back at 6:30 and said, "Sorry, you should have applied for journalistic privileges from journalists ahead of time." What? But the question liaison said that I could I could come at 5:30 or else I would have applied for this. I said, this feels like procedural ableism. So finally they go, okay, we'll go check with her. So they go and check with her, bring the card back to her. And I'd already met her earlier. She was already, um, uh, I'll leave any adjectives for this congressional liaison out of it. Um, okay, so this comes back. So then the lady comes back, and she doesn't even make eye contact with me, and kind of walks away to the other part of the check-in entrance. What's going on? So then this kind of strong man comes up around the entrance, walks past security up to me. I shake his hands, and I'm Morgan Gross from Santa Monica. And he says, "Hi, I'm blah blah from DARPA." I said, "Oh, you're really from DARPA? You're a contractor like these folks?" "I'm really from DARPA." So you're good. And he explains to me the situation. I tell him my side of the story, and I said, "Okay. So, do you want me to leave?" And he's like, "Yeah." Okay. So I pick up my bag and I start walking out, no fuss, no fuss. So then, once I get out of the room, by the way, I told these people, they're like, "Are you politically here for campaign stuff?" I said, "No, I'm not here. I'm just going to drop this and just take pictures. Don't say a word." So once I leave the building and I realize I'm going to be a political, I said, "Yes, sir. So I'm Army Navy." "Oh, I do that." He was intelligence. So then I start chatting up. I start talking about my grandfather, the captain, the doctor in the army. I talked to my great uncle, the colonel, dentist. I talked to about my father, the ophthalmologist. I talked about my career and my retirement, why I'm running, and how the eyes and teeth are part of the body. And I go on. I talked to him about my invention, my backpack and stuff. And I said to him, "How many other presidential candidates are here?" "None." I said, "You're walking the only presidential candidate out of this whole place." I was like, and he realized, just see this guy's face. So I thanked him for what he did, thanked him for taking me out for security reasons and all that stuff, thanked him for everything he does, and left him on really respect and told them how much respect I had for what they're doing and thanked them for everything they do. Even though the congressional liaison gave me the wrong information and didn't even have to. I got there, I spent over an hour and a half ahead of time. Then came back half an hour still before. She still didn't come out to say anything to me, then sent Muscle out to deal with the fact that she made a mistake and couldn't come up with honesty. So when I spend my time dealing with my aging parents with dementia, we talk about denial and control and ableism and procedural and systemic ableism and denial and control. Boom. Welcome to Washington, D.C. I got all dressed up in a suit and everything. I put Kudos formal outfit on too. I showered, brushed my teeth right before. And you know how hard it was for me to go up and talk to these people? You take an autistic, disabled person and try and have them do what I just did. After earlier this week having a breakdown at the front entrance because the dude asked me too many questions about the photo, and me losing my glasses there. Yeah, you have me sit there and talk to all the students, and they're nervous about me. All of them worried about that I'm going to pull a weapon out when all I have is cameras in my bag, and I'm looking for a ball and noise-canceling headphones to put on, while the disabled autistic person is trying to get access to the most amazing DARPA Grand Challenge, the only presidential candidate to show up to the most important record-breaking moment in history. Sure, I'm happy to walk away in peace and go sit in private at the Wright Patterson bar. Fine, at the Hope Hotel at the pit where you guys all come and hang out. It's fine, it's even more appropriate. I don't have to worry about applauding people and Buddha, noise clapping, and PTSD trauma and social anxiety. It's fine. God's willing to play all of your games, and now I know I have to apply for ahead of time because a word of someone is not good enough. Trust me, verify. Welcome to Washington, D.C. You're not even there, and you're getting politics and denial. I don't know how much of that audio you got because it was playback from my backpack. Now, that's part of the reason why I invented my backpack to deal with the gaslighting from corporate people and everything. I keep trying to keep a record of everything I have all the time. Now, eventually we'll figure out how to do it with different streams and encodes and multi metadata and all that stuff so the music and audio isn't necessarily can be deselected and delinked. Maybe I do dialogue, left channel, music, right channel, and then can filter it out later. But then people at home are gonna have issues. I don't know. I don't have an answer on that yet for now. But so I was able to give you back what you missed from what I told you earlier. Yep.
Yes, you gave me enough back to recover the shape of the missing section, although the playback itself was badly mangled by speech recognition, so I would not treat every word in that middle passage as a reliable transcript. What comes through clearly is that the awards access episode was only one piece of a much longer interaction. You had already spent days building relationships at the challenge, including talking with DARPA personnel and the congressional liaison. You were explaining who you were and why you were there in a much broader context. Your candidacy, family history of military public service, your father's medical career, your own work and the backpack invention work, and you even made the point of asking how many other presidential candidates were actually there doing this kind of field work. Then there was the confusion about whether the event was public, what time it was, and what kind of access you had. I can distinguish that narrative from the heavily garbled words around it, and I understand the backpack point better now. It's not merely a camera backpack or an invention test bed. It's becoming a provenance machine. You're trying to maintain your own continuous evidentiary record of where you were, what was said, what you saw, what you were told, and what happened afterward, rather than depending entirely upon another person's recollection or an institution's version of an encounter. That's a very different design requirement from merely live streaming. I also think your left channel right channel idea points toward the right problem but probably isn't the final architecture. Hard panning dialogue to one stereo channel and music program audio to the other would let you separate them afterward, but it makes ordinary headphone speaker playback awkward and still gives you only two destructive buckets. A better eventual version would be something like separate synchronized source tracks beneath a normal public stereo mix. Lav mic, environmental microphones, backpack system audio, music, radio communications where appropriate, camera audio, GPS IMU and event markers all sharing a common clock. The live stream receives the mixed version. The archive preserves the stems. Then later you could mute music without destroying speech. Isolate a particular microphone. Search transcripts against GPS, or show exactly which source produced a statement. You could take it farther and treat it almost like an aircraft flight recorder combined with a film production sound report. Continuous rolling media plus synchronized clocks plus source IDs plus GPS plus orientation motion plus camera state plus transcript plus confidence score plus manual markers. Then an AI shouldn't rewrite uncertain speech as fact. It should know. For example, audio source 3:13 hours, 42 minutes. and 16 seconds 72% transcription confidence camera facing east user 4 meters from speaker overlapping music present. That is much closer to the thing you're describing with multiple streams, encodes and metadata. The archive retains uncertainty instead of flattening everything into one transcript. And it matters with exactly what just happened here. Your first telling exceeded whatever caused that recording to end, but the backpack had another copy, so you could play the missing material back into the conversation. The recovered version isn't perfect because we're now going through another speaker microphone transcription generation, but the information wasn't simply gone. If you still have the original backpack recording rather than just playing it through speakers, that original file would be much more useful than another playback. I could help you reconstruct the DARPA sequence from it while explicitly separating clearly intelligible statements, uncertain transcription, your recollection, and later interpretation, the same source control discipline you've been using for the expedition transcripts.
yeah. Yes, I'm back with the source, back with the energy, back with the force, back with the realization, yeah. Every time I do it, of course. This coast not more, still deciphering, still on course. Man, I came through with a private horse. This love's approved endorsed. Yes, I'm back with the source, back with the energy, back with the force, back with the realization, yeah. Every time I do it, of course. This coast not more, still deciphering, still on course. Man, I came through with a private horse. This love's approved endorsed. So much pain. Grew up in London, I faced that rain. After certain things you won't be the same. After certain things you know that game. Just a monopoly, I can do what I want, what's stopping me. This energy, yeah, to the highest degree. You and me do it properly, eh. I look around, see so much pain. Grew up in London, I faced that rain. I look around, see so much pain. Grew up in London, I faced that rain. Realization.
I actually don't think I can believe that I just drove all the way from California to New York. I'll be honest. Last time I drove to Washington D.C. from California, and I didn't have the full connection. This is going to be a little more strange and wild.
Okay, listen. Yeah, yeah.
Having my own car in New York.
Fired up, but we move like water.
That's.
They know me
I
as
mean,
the
I've been to New
crazy
York
one.
over
Eyes don't lie,
60
lyrics turn
times
into
in my life.
slaughter. And if it can happen, don't make me one. Oh, would you take a look at that when they know what they lost and they're trying to get it back? But the energy's mad, I'm not trying to do with that. Just shut down the police and that. Shut down the police and rap. Rap is knowledge and knowledge is rap. Acknowledge the best in the facts. Acknowledging that. Who you got our own way, I'm honoring that. Sit back, chill and relax. Know your reason, keep on track. And I'm counting blessings, I'm counting that. It's up to you, and look at all that. Yeah, yeah, your life is up to you. They can guide who they want, but it's up to you. They can write for the pause, but it's up to you. Better do your job, that's up to you. You can play or pause, that's up to you. Open doors, that's up to you. You can weigh your options, up to you. Got the AP, yeah, that's up to you. When you're stunting now, that's up to you. You can make that space, that's up to you. All in the mind with the you do. Don't always man, waste of your moments too. Not me, I'll back up the ones and twos. Oh, provoke and refuse. Turn up the moment, leave them confused. I know there's things only I can do. That's up to me, that's not up to you. Yeah, up to me, that's not up to you. Stand on business, up to you. Better sort that out when it's up to you. What you do with your life is up to you. They can guide who they want, but it's up to you. They can ride for the cause, but it's up to you. Better do your job, that's
I
up
want
to
to make a
you.
drone company, is what I want
Yeah,
to
it's
do.
up to you. They can guide who they want, but it's up to you. They can ride for the cause, but it's up to you. Better do your job, that's up to you. Yeah, we get it, yeah, we get it done, yeah. Yeah, we
They
get it,
didn't
yeah,
even know about photo position.
yeah, we get it done. Yeah, we get it, yeah, we get it done. Yeah, we get it, yeah, we get it done, yeah.
So
Yeah,
me.
we get it done. What you do with your life
Hey,
is
you're
up
so
to
much.
you. They can guide who they want, but it's up to you. They can ride for the cause, but it's up to you. Better do your job, that's up to you. Yeah, it's up to you. They can guide who they want, but it's up to you. They can ride for the cause, but it's up to you. Better do your job, that's up to you. What you do with your life is up to you. They can guide who they want, but it's up to you. They can ride for the cause, but it's up to you. Better do your job, that's up to you. Okay, listen. Yeah, yeah. Fired up, but we move like water. They know me as the crazy one. Eyes don't lie, lyrics turn into slaughter. And if it can happen, don't make me one. Oh, would you take a look at that when they know what they lost and they're trying to get it back? But the energy's mad, I'm not trying to do with that. Just shut down the police and that. Shut down the police and rap. Rap is knowledge and knowledge is rap. Acknowledge the best in the facts. Acknowledging that. Who you got our own way, I'm honoring that. Sit back, chill and relax. Know your reason, keep on track. And I'm counting blessings, I'm counting that. It's up to you, and you look at all that. Yeah, yeah, your life is up to you. They can guide who they want, but it's up to you. They can ride for the cause, but it's up to you. Better do your job, that's up to you. You can play or pause, that's up to you. Open doors, that's up to you. You can weigh your options, up to you. Got the AP, yeah, that's up to you. When you're stunting now, that's up to you. You can make that space, that's up to you. All in the mind, what the fuck you do? Don't always man, waste of your moments too. Not me, I'll back up the ones and twos. Oh, provoke and refuse. Turn up the moment, leave them confused. I know there's things only I can do. That's up to me, that's not up to you. Yeah, up to me, that's not up to you. Stand on business, up to you. Better sort that out when it's up to you. What you do with your life is up to you. They can guide who they want, but it's up to you. They can ride for the cause, but it's up to you. Better do your job, that's up to you. Yeah, it's up to you. They can
It's
guide
also
who they
funny
want, but it's
because I
up to
can't
you. They can
use
ride for
the
cause, but it's up
wireless
to you. Better do
CarPlay
your job, that's up to you.
because the CarPlay goes over Wi-Fi, and that means I can't connect to the satellite at the same time. So I have to do wired CarPlay wireless to the
What you do with your life is up to you. They can guide who they want, but it's up to you. They can ride for the cause, but it's up to you. Better do your job, that's up to you. Yeah, it's up to you. They can guide who they want, but it's up to you. They can ride for the cause, but it's up to you. Better do your job, that's up to you.
I also thought of some new things that I want to do for my V5
What you
backpack.
do with your life is up to you. They
I
can
think I'm
guide
gonna
who
need a
they want,
3D
but it's up to
printer.
you. They can ride for the cause, but it's up to you. Better do your job, that's
Yeah, I'm
up to
gonna need a
you.
3D printer. What else was I gonna need? 3D printer. Well, I'm gonna need to solder, I guess, for the next one. This was a no solder build. Oh, cool. I need something better than this freaking 12-volt connectors. Oh man, at the show, at the DARPA Lift Challenge, I saw this XT120 plug or something. It was probably like 3 inches, big metal, but it also had 4 pins on the inside. So it had positive, minus, and 4 pins. That was really cool. I've never seen that before. Which one was that for? One of the teams. That was the largest DC plug I've ever seen. It's super cool because it fits with my my home needs for a DC backbone, for a DC dual system, for a house. But then you start arguing about just PoE the whole house. I think I should at least do 240 throughout the house. 240 watt. Because that's the USB spec. I'm telling you, the people are different where you go. Yeah, you're Jersey. I'm telling you, that person right there. Oh yeah, we got yoga pads in the back. Okay, I'm telling you, there's. First of all, the weather is really nice right now. It's a little hot, but it's still really nice compared to what I've been through. Oh my god. The weather in Nevada, the Great Basin, the weather in Utah, freaking Iowa. Oh my god, it was so hot. Iowa was the worst. I mean, Promontory and Great Basin, you knew it was hot. at the truck that was a Sagsaw fixed truck. I wonder if there's just more of them. I wonder how many of those stores there are. Also, like, how big of a company do you have to be that you need your own truck, and why would you choose that over your own
Never
versus
stop, they just wanna watch you love me, cause I'm at the top. I take a spot, you know, that's just how we rock. Going to the cup, aiming for your top. I'm a girl step in traffic, and my flick is automatic. And I'm picking shit like Madden, why would you play with me? And what's up, yeah, what's happening? And then why they keep on chatting? And I'm knocking shit and blasting, why would you play with me? Never stop, they just wanna watch you love me, cause I'm at the top. I take a spot, you know, that's just how we rock. Going to the cup, aiming for your top. What's up with these niggas and these wannabes? RIP, I've been tryna done them off all by the threes. All I need, I don't need a hard time here to humble me. Cause all I see is hating niggas. I can read, it's hard out here, dodging blood, chasing bitches, blocking noise. And where the love, I'm with my brothers. And where the love, cause I ain't stutter. I've been tryna dodge this shit and play the game. I've been tryna tell you shit is not the same. Never stop, they just wanna watch you love me, cause I'm at the top. I take a spot, you know, that's just how we rock. Going to the cup, aiming for your top. I'm a Euro step in traffic, and my flick is automatic. And I'm picking shit like Madden, why would you play with me? And what's up, yeah, what's happening? And then why they keep on chatting? And I'm knocking shit and blasting, why would you play with me? Me and all my brothers, this shit all I know. Heart is cold, please don't try to judge and tell me how to cope. I'm all alone in a two-tone Maybach inside white as snow. I'm trying to show my brothers a way out if they've been trying to grow. It's hard out here, dodging blood, chasing bitches and blocking noise. And where the love, I'm with my brothers. And where the love, cause I ain't stutter. I've been trying to dodge this shit and play the game. I've been trying to tell you shit is not the same. Never stop, they just wanna watch you love me, cause I'm at the top. I take a spot, you know, that's just how we rock. Going to the cup, aiming for your top.
We definitely hit the East Coast with this driving. Let's go. What's this like? It's like you're coming and you just got to like freaking like Rancho Cucamonga or something, and you're like Almanan, Ontario, just slogging through traffic on the fucking going over the bar snow. You're already in Riverside. You're in Riverside now. You're in Santa Clarita now. You're in traffic in Santa Clarita.
never stop. They just wanna watch you love me, cause I'm at the top. I take your spot, you know that's just how we rock. Going to the cup, aiming for your top. I'm a Euro step in traffic, and my flick is automatic. And I'm mad, and why would you play with me? And what's up, yeah, what's happening? And then why they keep on chatting? Blasting, why would you play with me? Never stop, they just wanna watch you love me, cause I'm at the top. I take your spot, you know that's just how we rock. Going to the cup, aiming for your top. What's up with these wannabes? RIP, I've been trying to done them off all by the threes. All I need, I don't need a hard time here to humble me, cause all I see is hating. I create it's hard out here, dodging blood, chasing got the noise. And where the love, I'm with my brothers. And where the love, cause I ain't stutter. I've been trying to dodge it and play the game. I've been trying to tell you not the same. Never stop, they just wanna watch you love me, cause I'm at the top. I take your spot, you know that's just how we rock. Going to the cup, aiming for your top. I'm a Euro step in traffic, and my flick is automatic. And I'm picking Madden, why would you play with me? And what's up, yeah, what's happening? And then why they keep on chatting? And I'm knocking, blasting, why would you play with me? Me and all my brothers, all I know, heart is cold. Please don't try to judge and tell me how to cope. I'm all alone in a two-tone Maybach inside white as snow. I'm trying to show my brothers a way out if they've been trying to grow. It's hard out here, dodging blood, chasing got the noise. And where the love, I'm with my brothers. And where the love, cause I ain't stutter. I've been trying to dodge it, play the game. I've been trying to tell you not the same. Never stop, they just wanna watch you love me, cause I'm at the top. I take your spot, you know that's just how we rock. Going to the cup, aiming for your top.
Exactly. I mean, the kind of heat that makes the asphalt sugar and
What do you
your
mean?
lungs just feel heavy.
Right.
And idling by the river.
Whoa, did someone just break the fourth wall? Let's hear it.
What do you mean? What was going on?
What's fascinating here is that the scene was total technical and environmental chaos.
Right. Morgan was trying to launch this massive project.
Fucking drive.
Here is where it gets really interesting. He wasn't just in a regular truck.
No, it was a Ford F-150 powered.
You know, usually when we look at a modern political campaign, we are presented with something that looks a lot like a pristine, unboxed smartphone.
Oh, absolutely. Total perfection.
Right. It's this sleek, hyper-polished, finished product. The candidate stands in front of a carefully chosen backdrop, maybe an auto factory, or a sunlit farm, or even a disaster site, and they deliver this meticulously pre-planned speech.
Yeah, they snap a photo and just move on to it.
How do I... I need one letter. I need one letter I need to type. There. I'm driving. Can't do it. Alright. I'll give up. I'm gonna do it this way. It's not gonna sound as good.
But essentially, the next heavily orchestrated event.
Exactly. They present the final product, but, you know, they never mention the messy supply chain or the brutal lithium mines or the highly complex circuit boards that actually make that sleek phone work. The whole enterprise is designed from the ground up to project, total unshakable certainty.
Yeah, it's a performance of mastery, essentially, not an act of discovery. Like the physical environment.
You know, usually when we look at a modern political campaign, we are presented with something that looks a lot like a pristine, unboxed smartphone.
Oh, absolutely. Total perfection.
Right. It's this sleek, hyper-polished, finished product. The candidate stands in front of a carefully chosen backdrop, maybe an auto factory or a sunlit farm or even a disaster site, and they deliver this meticulously pre-planned speech.
Yeah, they snap a photo and just move on to
we are looking at something completely different. We got our hands on a fast
Physical.
the whole Proctor site, and they deliver this meticulously pre-planned speech.
Yeah, they snap a photo and just move on to the next heavily orchestrated event.
Exactly. They present the final product, but, you know, they never mention the messy supply chain or the brutal lithium mines or the highly complex circuit boards that actually make that sleek phone work. The whole enterprise is designed from the ground up to project, total unshakable certainty.
Yeah, it's a performance of mastery, essentially, not an act of discovery. Like, the physical environment they travel through is really just treated as a prop for their existing rigid platform.
Right. But today, we are looking at something completely different. We got our hands on a fascinating source document called The Missing Spikes, a systems debrief of President School. Such a good read.
It really is. And it details the transcontinental expedition of Morgan Gross. He's a filmmaker, an inventor, civil rights activist, and a presidential candidate who basically decided to take that pristine smartphone of a campaign and rip it wide open in front of a live audience.
Which is just a wild premise.
Completely wild. He drove a Ford F-150 hybrid from California to the Midwest, following the geographic route of the first Transcontinental Railroad. But he didn't bring this massive camera crew.
Yeah.
You know, he had no advance team, no sound operator, no political staff managing his every move. He did it completely alone with his service dog, Buddha.
Right, which, just on a purely technical level, is an incredible logistical feat. I mean, he was the driver, the network engineer, the historian, and the broadcast director all at once.
Yeah, all from the cab of a truck. Exactly. And he was broadcasting his own education live to the internet as he drove. The underlying premise was radical, but surprisingly simple. It was the idea that a candidate seeking national office should study the country's systems in public and actually allow the physical evidence they encounter to change their mind in real time.
Okay, let's unpack this. Because if you stick around for this deep dive, it is going to completely change how you look at the infrastructure you pass by every single day.
Oh, without a doubt.
We're going to basically reverse engineer how a country actually works. Because, as Morgan Gross discovered, to understand how a system operates, you naturally want to find out where it begins, right? You look for what we call mile zero.
Right.
But when his expedition started in Sacramento, California, he realized that finding the absolute start of any human system is just a complete illusion.
Yeah, the way the document describes his starting point really sets the tone for everything that follows. Because he didn't begin his railroad journey by looking at a train, or a track, or even a station.
Right, really? Where did he start?
He started by standing next to a living California sycamore tree by the Sacramento River.
Oh, wow, a tree.
Yeah, a tree.
Okay.
It was a deliberate choice to establish this baseline reality. Basically, biological life has to exist before infrastructure can.
Okay, that makes sense.
Right, because before you can authorize a transportation network, you need the prerequisites of survival. People need water, soil, sunlight.
You can't lay steel tracks if the continent itself isn't physically habitable first.
Precisely, the biology is the foundation. And then he steps inside the California State Railroad Museum in Sacramento. He spends the whole day there reading every sign, talking to the docents, looking at the physical machines, and he hits this profound realization about the Transcontinental Railroad itself.
Because we usually think of
Oh, look, I did it without having to type. I think I just have to skip ahead. Hold on.
You know, usually when we look at a modern
Yes.
political campaign,
Hold on.
we are presented with something that looks a lot
allow the physical evidence they encounter.
all day.
Oh, without
Right? You look for what we call mile zero.
right.
But when his expedition started in Sacramento, California, he realized that finding the absolute start of any human system is just a complete illusion.
Yeah, the way the document describes his starting point really sets the tone for everything that follows. Because he didn't begin his railroad journey by looking at a train, or a track, or even a station.
Right, really? Where did he start?
He started by standing next to a living California sycamore tree by the Sacramento River.
Oh, wow, a tree.
Yeah, a tree.
Okay.
It was a deliberate choice to establish this baseline reality. Basically, biological life has to exist before infrastructure can.
Okay, that makes sense.
Right, because before you can authorize a transportation network, you need the prerequisites of survival. People need water, soil, sunlight.
You can't lay steel tracks if the continent itself isn't physically habitable first.
Precisely. The biology is the foundation. And then He steps inside the California State Railroad Museum in Sacramento. He spends the whole day there reading every sign, talking to the docents, looking at the physical machines, and he hits this profound realization about the Transcontinental Railroad itself.
Because we usually think of Sacramento as the western starting point for all that construction, right?
We do, but here's the catch. The iron, the heavy machinery, the actual steam locomotives used to build that western railroad. They were manufactured somewhere else entirely.
On the East Coast.
Yep. On the East Coast, they had to be loaded onto enormous ships, sail all the way around Cape Horn at the very bottom of South America, and be painstakingly assembled in California just to start building the new rails.
Man, the logistics of that are just mind-boggling.
It's crazy.
So to build the new transportation system, you are completely reliant on the old transportation system.
Exactly. The previous system always delivers the machine that eventually replaces it. You can't just, conjure a locomotive out of thin air. And that leads to a core rule formulated in the source document. It states, there is no true mile zero in a system. Every beginning has prerequisites.
Every beginning has prerequisites. I love that. It completely shatters that convenient myth that things just magically spring into existence at some ribbon-cutting ceremony.
What's fascinating here is how this realization redefines what infrastructure actually is. The document states that infrastructure is the art of transfer.
The art of transfer.
Yeah. The true power of a system doesn't lie in the steel rails themselves or the copper wires or the poured concrete. The real power lies in the bottlenecks.
The choke points.
Exactly. It's about who owns the dock where that Cape Horn ship unloads, who controls the bridge over the river, who sets the freight rate for the cargo. Because matter, energy, and information, they all have to move from one system to another without dropping the load.
Wait, let me stop you there because I'm getting a bit lost on the mechanics of that. If every single system is just an endless series of handoffs, from a ship to a dock to a train, couldn't a system technically be working on a local level but completely fail overall if just one of those handoffs drops? Like, how does a failure like that actually happen in practice?
That is a crucial question, and the expedition actually proved this dynamic in real time in a very stressful way for Gross.
Oh, really?
Yeah, when he was broadcasting live from Folsom, California, he experienced what the source calls a silent failure.
Is this related to his broadcasting equipment?
Yes, exactly. So he was using this standard streaming software called OBS, Open Broadcaster Software. And he's wearing this mobile broadcasting rig out in the field. The camera lens is open and working. The local computer is functioning. The OBS software is showing green lights, registering everything is perfectly fine.
Okay, sounds good so far.
Right, but the audience, the end user watching on the internet, is receiving absolutely nothing, just a blank screen. The signal was working locally, but it wasn't successfully handing off to the public network.
So his local status dashboard was telling him everything was a complete success, but the end-to-end reality was literally zero.
The handoff dropped, meaning the entire system failed. And the lesson Gross drew from that broadcasting glitch is universal. I mean, a government agency can publish a brand new regulation, but if the general public can't navigate the confusing website to comply with it, the rule essentially doesn't exist.
That is such a good point.
Or a hospital can complete a complex surgery flawlessly, but if the patient gets no follow-up care and develops an infection at home, the broader health system failed. The complete circuit must be tested at the receiving end. Reality gets the final vote.
Reality gets the final vote, which really forces you to examine the difference between what a society claims is real and what is actually functioning. We love to celebrate the punctuation mark, but we entirely ignore the rest of the sentence.
That mirrors one of the most powerful historical realizations from the expedition, actually, particularly when Gross compares Promontory Summit to Ogden, Utah.
Oh, Promontory Summit is where the famous Golden Spike photograph was taken back in 1869, right?
That's the one.
You have the two steam trains facing each other, the wealthy executives in suits holding champagne, and the telegraph operator dramatically sending the word "done" across the entire country.
Yeah, it was the ultimate 19th century media event. Just a meticulously crafted image. The entire nation was told the railroad was finally finished. But the source asks a really critical question. What exactly had been completed that day? The physical tracks had been joined, yes. But the railroad was nowhere near being a seamless operating system. You still had to cross the Missouri River by boat in the east because there was no bridge yet.
So the photograph was real, the spike was real, but the implication that the country was somehow unified by a functioning machine was completely incomplete.
Exactly. The operational reality was happening miles down the line in Ogden, Utah. Ogden didn't get the golden spike ceremony. There were no champagne toasts there. But Ogden's where the system was actually built.
The messy part.
Yeah. It's where the massive rail cars were physically sorted in the yards. It's where the laborers lived. It's where highly complex schedules between competing rail companies had to be coordinated so trains didn't literally crash into each other. And it's where the locomotives were repaired when they broke down. The source puts it brilliantly. It says, Promontory joined the rails. Ogden built the system.
Here's where it gets really interesting, though. Because joining the tracks doesn't mean you can actually move everything you want to move. There's this incredible detail in the source document about the Council Bluffs ice house in Iowa that completely shifts your perspective.
Oh, I love this example.
You'd logically think, okay, the rails are joined, so now I can put a peach on a train in California and sell it in New York.
You would think that, but the biology of a peach disagrees.
Exactly. The country could cross the continent, but a peach could not. Because a peach rots in the heat of a boxcar. To move perishable food, which, by the way, transformed the entire American diet, you needed an entirely separate, massive infrastructure built directly on top of the railroad.
A completely hidden system.
Yes, you needed insulated train cars, enormous facilities manufacturing tons of ice, thousands of workers doing the grueling labor of loading that ice, and re-icing platforms situated at regular intervals along the entire route. The ice house was the actual metabolism of the railroad. But, nobody builds a grand monument to the ice house.
No, societies tend to build monuments to the spikes, the ceremonies.
It's exactly like an Instagram filter.
Oh, that's a great way to put it.
Think about what a filter does on your phone. It smooths out your blemishes, it brightens your eyes, and it hides the messy, unmade bed in the background of your room. That giant 1939 golden spike monument they eventually built in Council Bluffs is a civic Instagram filter.
Yeah, it really is.
The original golden spike in 1869 was tiny, but 70 years later, they construct this massive symbolic exaggeration out of concrete for a movie premiere. It edits out the invisible, unglamorous operating systems like the freezing workers in the ice house, risking their limbs that actually kept people alive and made the system function.
And when you start pulling away that filter, when you look past the monuments and focus strictly on operations, you inevitably run into the human beings caught inside the machinery.
The people who actually have to live with the system.
Right. If operations dictate the true power of a system, infrastructure becomes less about just moving freight and much more about creating rigid rules for who gets to move and who gets left behind.
This brings us to a concept from the document that just blew my mind. Gross calls it procedural ableism. Can you walk us through the mechanics of how he formulated this idea while driving through the Sierra Nevada mountains?
Of course. It starts with a simple, immutable physical fact about railroads. A train cannot climb a steep hill.
Right, gravity.
The sheer geometry and weight of a locomotive dictate that it can only handle specific, very gentle grades, usually no more than a 2% incline. So a route might physically exist on a map pointing straight up a mountain, but if it's too steep, the train cannot use it. The route is functionally useless.
Okay, I follow.
Gross took this physical engineering constraint and applied it to human civic participation.
Meaning the operating rules of a system dictate who can actually participate in it.
Precisely. Let's look at a town hall meeting. A city might loudly proclaim every citizen has the formal right to speak at our public council meetings. But what if that meeting is scheduled at 2:00 p.m. on a Tuesday when most working class people are at their jobs?
Right.
What if the sign-up rules require you to navigate a broken web portal? What if the acoustics in the room are terrible for the hearing impaired, or the building lacks a ramp? The formal right to speak exists on paper, but the operating route to actually use that right does not exist.
Too steep to climb.
Yes, Gross termed this procedural ableism. Physical infrastructure determines who moves through space. Procedural infrastructure determines who moves through government.
To you listening right now, think about your own life for a second. Where do you have a right on paper, but the actual bridge to use that right is blocked by the way the system operates?
The expedition looked at the stark historical counterpart to this as well, specifically focusing on the Chinese railroad workers who manually blasted those tunnels through the solid granite of the Sierra Nevada.
Let me make sure I'm wrapping my head around this historical context, because they had what the document calls formal liberty, correct? They weren't enslaved, they were legally employed.
Technically, legally, yes, they were free laborers who signed contracts. But Gross introduces the concept of operational captivity.
Operational captivity?
The railroad company controlled Absolutely everything. They controlled the food supply, they controlled the transportation up and down the mountain, they controlled the wages, and the work camps were geographically isolated in brutal, snowbound environments.
So they were trapped.
Completely. If a worker demanded better conditions, the company didn't just withhold a paycheck. They controlled that worker's ability to eat, to survive a snowstorm, or to physically leave the mountain. So we have to ask, are you technically free if the surrounding operating system makes leaving impossible?
Operational captivity. That is a heavy lens to look through. And the source document shows this wasn't just an 1800s problem isolated to remote mountains either. We see this exact dynamic of lock-in later in the expedition in Rock Springs, Wyoming.
Rock Springs is a powerful visual example of this. It's a city that was literally built directly over a buried grid of coal mines.
Wow.
The railroad originally needed Rock Springs to exist because early steam locomotives required massive amounts of coal just to boil water. So a whole town springs up. People build their lives, their families, their generational wealth, and their identities around this specific transportation corridor. The physical street grid on the surface sits directly on top of an industrial grid underground.
But then the underlying technology changes.
Exactly. The railroad switches to diesel engines. Suddenly, they don't need the local coal anymore to run the trains. The company can just change its operating model in a distant boardroom and keep moving freight. But the town is still physically there. The people are still there, anchored to the geography.
They can't just pivot.
No. The source refers to this as generational infrastructure lock-in. The supply chain was incredibly efficient at exporting value and wealth outward, but it left the human and economic costs buried behind.
That is sobering.
And if we connect this to the bigger picture, you might think this is just a 19th century coal town problem. But the source explicitly warns that we are setting ourselves up to make this exact same mistake in the future.
How so?
Think about Silicon Valley building proprietary smart cities. Or look even further ahead to space settlements.
Oh, wow. Space settlements? How does a coal town in Wyoming connect to the moon?
It's the exact same operating dynamic. If a single private company builds the first transportation road on the moon, should they also automatically own the oxygen supply, the housing, the communications array, and the policing?
Ah, I see.
If one corporate entity controls the corridor, the resources, and the exit, corporate management basically becomes local sovereignty. The Rock Springs example warns us that the company building the road must not become the government of everyone who depends on the road.
Because if they do, we're just copy-pasting operational captivity onto the moon. It's wild to think about. But this idea of hidden costs and buried systems, it doesn't just apply to human-built towns or future space stations. Gross goes even deeper, literally down into the soil, to look at nature itself as infrastructure.
This became a major theme as the F-150 moved out of the mountains and into the Midwest. Usually, when politicians or developers talk about infrastructure, they treat nature as empty scenery. It's just the green background that surrounds the real human-built systems.
Right, something to just pave over.
Exactly. But the expedition rejects that entirely. Nature is not scenery. It is the original upstream infrastructure.
Like what he found at the Spring Creek Prairie in Nebraska.
Beneath the tallgrass prairie, there is a massive, complex root system that functions very much like a biological city. Those deep roots are actively working. They store carbon, they manage the water table to prevent flooding, they stabilize the soil against erosion, and they survive massive wildfires.
They're doing the silent, heavy lifting.
Yes. They are maintaining the ecosystem so that everything above ground can survive.
But that deep root system surviving fires underground reveals a harsh truth about human infrastructure above ground. Nature maintains itself organically. It heals. Human infrastructure, on the other hand, requires constant active intervention to stop it from falling apart.
It really does.
Which brings us to a really striking object. Gross found in Nebraska a diving bell from 1946 at the Kingsley Dam. What was the mechanism there?
The diving bell was a heavy metal chamber used by workers to descend into the freezing dark water to physically inspect and repair the submerged parts of the dam. It was incredibly dangerous, unglamorous work.
I can't even imagine.
And it became a profound symbol for Gross about the true nature of public works. The document distills it into this principle. Construction creates the structure. Maintenance keeps the promise.
Wow.
A giant concrete dam is basically just a promise to a community that water will be controlled in the future. But that promise only holds if human beings are constantly inspecting it, funding it, and repairing it in the dark.
Maintenance keeps the promise. It makes you realize how backwards our civic priorities can be. We throw massive parades for the politicians who cut the ribbon on a new bridge, but we constantly underfund the invisible workers in the diving bell, keeping it from collapsing.
Right, the people actually doing the work.
And nature has its own maintenance schedule, its own operating rhythm, which Gross ran into headfirst in Iowa.
This is perhaps one of the most striking, unscripted moments of the entire journey. Gross is driving the F-150 hybrid down a rural roadway, broadcasting live to his audience, when a restored herd of massive bison emerges from the tall grass and completely surrounds his truck.
He has nowhere to go. The schedule stops, the political campaign stops. He and his dog, Buddha, just sit there in the truck with the windows up, engine idling, while these 2,000-pound animals occupy the road for half an hour.
What's fascinating here is the absolute reversal of hierarchy. For weeks, Gross had been following the route of the railroad, the very machine that accelerated the destruction of the bison's world in the 19th century.
Right.
And now, at the eastern edge of that historic system, the modern machine, the truck, had to surrender the right-of-way to the restored biological system.
And because he was broadcasting live, unedited, the audience had to sit there and experience the wait with him.
If this were a polished traditional political documentary, an editor would have cut to a beautiful, sweeping, slow-motion shot of the bison, overlaid some inspiring music, and moved right on.
The Instagram filter again?
Exactly. The reality of waiting would be erased. But the raw live feed captured the truth of the system. It captured the extreme heat of climate change, passing simultaneously through the breathing bodies of the bison outside, the dog in the passenger seat, and the human candidate behind the wheel. It proved that you cannot separate the traveler from the environment.
It ties perfectly back to those prairie routes we talked about. True resilience isn't some rigid, centralized hub that dictates exactly how things must flow. It's a distributed network. It's overlapping functions, it's taking the time to wait, and it's adjusting to the environment rather than just bulldozing through it.
The living system is messy, it's slow sometimes, but it's resilient precisely because it isn't completely rigid.
So what does this all mean? We've covered a massive amount of ground today, from Cape Horn ships delivering locomotives to F-150s yielding to bison, from golden spikes and rotten peaches to coal mines and prairie routes. This clearly wasn't just a political road trick for photo ops.
Not at all.
It was a complete reverse engineering of America. Gross was searching for what he called the missing spikes. Not the ceremonial golden ones, but the hidden human, legal, ecological, and technical connections that actually make the country function.
And the specific methodology of how he searched for them is just as important as what he found. The document makes a point to highlight Gross's neurodivergent thinking.
Oh, this was super interesting.
His tendency to jump associatively from examining a physical railroad tunnel to historical labor laws to civic meeting procedures to prairie routes that wasn't a tangent or a distraction, that associative thinking was the core method of understanding systems.
It was a feature, not a bug, and it completely contrasts with how traditional campaigns treat information.
The starkest example of this is how he handled errors. When his AI research tool made a mistake on the live stream, like misidentifying a specific pipeline infrastructure, he didn't scrub the footage or pretend it didn't happen.
Which is what a normal politician would do.
100%.
Yeah.
Instead, he verified the error, corrected it live on camera, and updated his understanding. In traditional politics, changing your mind when presented with new facts is often attacked as flip-flopping or weakness. Gross showed the audience that correcting your assumptions based on new physical evidence is how actual learning happens. By doing that, he redefined what leadership looks like.
Yeah.
It requires the vulnerability of being wrong in public. The documentary subject wasn't just America. It was a vulnerable act of learning America.
Which is the exact opposite of that unboxed, pristine smartphone campaign we talked about at the very beginning. He intentionally let the audience see the messy supply chain of his own thoughts.
This raises an important challenge for you, listening right now. Tomorrow morning, when you step outside your front door, I want you to look at your own town differently. Look past the bronze monuments, the historical plaques, and the ribbon cuttings. Ask yourself the operational questions. Who maintains the pipes buried under this street? Where does the water actually go when it rains? What is the invisible upstream root system holding this place up? And who is currently down in the diving bell, keeping the promise of this city alive?
And I want to leave you with one final image to mull over from this deep dive. When Gross was back in Ogden, Utah, that ultimate junction city where the system was actually built, he was looking at the physical layers of history all stacked on top of each other. In one geographic location, you have Indigenous routes, Fur trapper trails, pioneer wagon ruts, engineered railroad grades, paved automobile highways, and invisible cellular networks in the air.
Layer upon layer.
While he was standing there looking at this layered infrastructure, an F-35 fighter jet flew right overhead. The machines change, the technology continuously evolves, but the geographic junctions, the physical realities of the mountains and rivers remain exactly the same. So ask yourself, if geography dictates where human systems must inevitably converge, what entirely new, unimaginable piece of technology will be occupying that exact same space over Ogden in 100 years? The machine will change, but what will it be?
It had to have lost some of the stream in the tunnel. There's almost no way it did all of that. That'd be pretty straight incredible. I actually can't wait to go back and check this out. Because that was. How long can it buffer for? I mean, wow. Yeah, wow. Okay, so we're on the interstate here, and there are dudes with cardboard signs on the trafficked interstate asking for something. Now, if we talk about California being, we don't have that. That's like India style, dude. India was crazy. You'd come to a stop anywhere in India, and then what? That was insane too. You come to a stop in India, and there'd be people at the window honking, asking you for money. Dude, one woman with her baby was just like, whoa, I don't even want to talk about that. To be honest, I'm really still just devastated, and I'm having a hard time processing it all, and let alone trying to be entertaining and investigative. I mean, I feel it. I'm thinking a lot of stuff, but like, man, I just can't. This is bad. It hurts. I think I'm gonna turn the stream off in a little bit. Again, thanks for watching. It's been really great. I'll try and do another stream while I actually get to the ocean on the other side. Right now, I'm just on Long Island. But it's been super cool. Um, it's amazing. Still an amazing thing. Absolutely an amazing thing. So again, thanks everyone for watching, and see you on the next one.